Oh, okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Before we open up tonight's City Council meeting, we do have two public hearings on two ordinances that were introduced at the last council meeting for first reading, and they will both stand a public hearing this evening before they are brought up for a second reading and final adoption. It's going to be on ordinance numbers 1116 and 1117. So we'll begin with ordinance 1116 on the public hearing, which is concerning adopting truck traffic work group recommendations and amending City Code 190-21. 1116 is an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre, Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of the Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Section 33 and 34 of the Havre, Grace City Charter to adopt truck traffic work group recommendations and to amend City Code 190-21. Are there any citizens here this evening that are present because they wish to speak on ordinance 1116? Are there any comments from the council members on 1116? Councilmember Boyer.
Just want to let everybody, or make myself available if anybody has any questions about it. And again, thank everybody who volunteered to be on the work group. It was excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyer. Any other questions or comments? Okay, without any further comments on ordinance 1116, I now close public comment on ordinance 1116. And now we'll have a public comment on ordinance 1117. Ordinance 1117 concerning approving a contract with Think Big Networks, LLC. 1117 is an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre, Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, local government article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Sections 33 and 34 of the Havre, Grace City Charter to approve contract with Think Big Networks, LLC. Is there anyone here in the audience this evening to speak on ordinance 1117? Sir. Walk up. Yes, sir. Please come up to the podium, and if you'd be kind enough to give your name and address for the record, we'll be happy to hear your comments.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jamie Eckstein, and I live in Whitehall, Harford County.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak on the behalf of Think Big Network. We moved to the house in Whitehall about 14 months ago with no internet available through any of the big three, like Comcast, Verizon, and I believe the other one was Armstrong. A neighbor we spoke with said that there was a company from, I believe it was the Eastern Shore at the time, that was putting internet in our neighborhood, and they were called Think Big Network was the name of the company. So we got their contact information, my wife and I, we reached out to them, and the project manager got back to us within like 24 hours and said that they were working to do our neighborhood and surrounding area. And she promised that she'd get us internet within a year, and she did. So I just wanted to ease any concerns of maybe the community here. Works fabulous. We haven't had any issues. It's all underground. So that's it.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
You're welcome.
Any other citizen in the audience this evening to speak on ordinance 1117? Any comments from the council members? Sir.
There was discussion about whether or not we were going to change the rules of legislation to vote with the second reading, have the second reading read tonight and adoption. But there are a few things that the administration wants to hammer out first. But we'll, at the next meeting, we anticipate passing this. So, thank you.
Next meeting in September, right?
In September, yeah.
September 6th? 5th. September 5th, I think.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Council President. Any other questions or comments? Next council meeting would be Tuesday, September 5th, because Monday is Labor Day. Yep. All right, yeah. Okay, without any further comments from the council or no other comments from the citizens, I now close public hearing on ordinance 1117. The time is 7:06. Okay. We will now begin our regularly scheduled council meeting, August 21st, 2023. The time is now 7:07 p.m. I will call the roll. Let me find your names here. Okay. Council President Ringsacker.
Here.
Councilmember Robertson.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Boyer.
Here.
Councilmember Shanegas.
Here.
Councilmember Boger.
Here.
All council members are present. If I could kindly ask everyone to please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and opening prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I could kindly ask everybody to remain standing for just a bit longer, as it gives me great pleasure to call up Reverend Mary Whitehead of Spearhead Global Outreach for our opening prayer.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for the grace that is upon the city of Havre. We thank you, Lord, for all the blessings that you have placed upon this city. As the new school year approaches, we pray for our love, for your love, peace, and protection for our children, for the teachers, the staff, volunteers, and the bus drivers. We ask that you continue to bless this city and those who live here, work here, and attend activities here. Please keep it safe and bring prosperity. Tonight we pray for our mayor and council for this city. Lord, may your presence and your wisdom and direction lead this council meeting. Bless the mayor and the council as they make good decisions. In the name of Jesus we pray. I speak a blessing upon this meeting and upon our leaders. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord show you his favor and give you his peace. Amen.
Amen. Reverend Whitehead, thank you for your words. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, seeing as the group we have here and with the number of speakers we have to talk to us and just in a matter of just making things a little bit easier on everybody, I make a motion that we amend the agenda to move item number 9 up to, I guess, right after approval of minutes.
Second.
All right. So what we're going to do is the council president made a motion to recognize the Havre Grace Girl Little League softball team before citizen comments, seconded by Councilmember Shanegas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, we just amended the agenda, so after we do approval of minutes, softball time. All right. You got it. Okay. Okay, very well. So we're going to go with item 5, approval of minutes. City Council Public Works Session minutes of August 14th, 2023. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Boyer, seconded by Councilmember Robertson. Questions or comments on the Public Works Session minutes?
Mayor, I would like to recuse myself as I was not present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be abstaining.
Thank you. All right. Let the record reflect that Councilmember Shanegas and Councilmember Jones were not at the meeting, so they'll be abstained from voting. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. City Council Public Work Session minutes of August 14, 2023 are approved 4-0 in the affirmative. Item B, the City Council meeting minutes of August 14, 2023, which was the original August 7th postponed meeting due to weather. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Council President, seconded by Councilmember Boyer.
Again, we were not in attendance.
Okay. Let the record reflect that Councilmember Jones and Councilmember Shenegis will be abstaining from voting. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The City Council meeting minutes of August 14, 2023 are approved 4-0 in the affirmative. And item C, which is closed session meeting minutes. The council did go into a closed session at the last meeting. Motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second?
Motion by the council president, seconded by Councilmember Boyer. And
Abstaining from voting.
abstention and abstention. Councilmember Jones and Councilmember Shenegis will be abstaining from voting. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. City Council closed session meeting minutes of August 14, 2023 are approved by council 4-0 in the affirmative. Okay, so what we'll do is...
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I need to read the votes from the closed session into the record. So, votes taken. Motion made by Councilmember Robertson with a second by Councilmember Bokert to proceed with the acquisition of 2 parcels identified as useful for stormwater management at the prices recommended to sell city-owned property at 814 Giles Street as surplus property in order to recover all or portion of the acquisition cost. Motion carried 4-0. That's it.
Okay, and the record.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, Council President, you know what's next?
I know what's next. We got people here to see us.
It's time.
I know, let's go.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you may be aware, some of you might not be aware, but something really magical happened in the month of July here in Havre, Grace. These young ladies that you see seated over there to your left won the state championship and went to Worcester, Massachusetts. As soon as I opened my mouth, they knew I wasn't from there. They went to Worcester, Massachusetts, to the regional championships, and they represented the state of Maryland. And I'm not going to tell everything because I'm going to have the coaches come up and tell more, but it was quite the accomplishment. These young ladies represented Maryland. So when he went up there, it said Maryland versus Connecticut, Maryland versus Rhode Island. You're looking at Maryland, of the entire state. Havre, Grace. And actually, it was an amazing run, and they'll tell you, the outcome in a second. But I did have the privilege of driving up to watch the game on Monday. It was a Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's supposed to be Tuesday, or Tuesday got rained out, and then Wednesday. But I saw the game on Monday, and these girls were good. They got the respect. They were actually the ones that were feared in the whole tournament. So it gives me great honor if I can call up the whole team and the coaches. And then I'm going to call the coaches up, and then parents will all have you come up for a big photo in a minute. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, love.
Bless you and thank you.
Yum. I have some good coinage. Thank you so much.
All right.
What's a pen?
Ready, Coach?
Yeah, sure. Guess. We played in our district's tournament. It was held in Perryville. We won that. Then we got to advance to the Maryland State tournament, which was in Perryville as well at Trago Field. We played 5 different cities in Maryland, and we ended up winning that, going up there. And these girls played amazing this whole time. We went up there and lost in the semifinals the chance to go to the World Series. It was a pretty cool run.
Well, can I add something real quick?
Come up, Dom.
Talking to the mic, so.
Our district and state tournament that was held in Perryville, these girls went undefeated.
And in that, they outscored their opponents 80-8.
We did have Lily Dalton. It was so many games, I forgot, lost track, sorry. But it was, yeah, these kids are amazing.
So when you went to Worcester and you played the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I think I was there for the Connecticut game. Who'd you play on Saturday and Sunday?
New Jersey,
And Delaware.
New Jersey, then Delaware, and then you beat Connecticut, and then unfortunately, your game got rained out on Tuesday against Rhode Island, right?
yes,
And then you lost to Rhode Island. What was the score? 4-3.
4-3.
And if
4-3 and 7 innings.
and if you won in 7 innings, and if you would have won that game, the national championship would have been where?
Delaware.
In Delaware. I think all of Havergrace would have been there. We were all there. Definitely would have been a home game. But listen, I mean,
It was a great experience.
I told everybody I know how amazing it is when you go up and you see, and it was at the Worcester Community College, I believe, was the Worcester State
Worcester State.
University. Big, huge, beautiful field. You know, just the name Maryland was up there, and Havergrace did it. So I couldn't be any more proud, and I'm so glad that everybody's schedule matched up to get down here, because I know there might be some people in Havergrace that were unaware of this, but this was amazing that we were on that stage, as you can imagine. So we have some things to hand out to everybody tonight. But does anybody else want to speak? Team captain or anybody? Coach, y'all come on up. All right.
Yeah, I was getting ready to bring it up.
So we had this banner making contest with all the teams, and we won the banner making contest. We drew a lighthouse and a crab and Old Bay and the flag, and I think that's it. Oh, and the crab held a softball. I think that was it. And the lighthouse.
Anybody else wish to speak? Come on. You all have the right to say a few words.
In all honesty, this opportunity, having once again, I was here last year, having this opportunity once again is a thrill. Being able to call these girls my sisters is such like a blessing. Like I said, it's like an amazing opportunity to have. Even like being able to go up to regionals once again, it was such an amazing experience. Seeing all the girls, seeing how nice they were, it was just an amazing experience. And we all, on behalf of all of us, we appreciate all of your support, all the donations, everything. We appreciate all of it. Thank you. That's all I have.
I'm back again. Okay. In the every year in Eastern Regionals, each team normally has a pin and or some kind of goodie that we trade with each other one of the days while we're up there. So we made this little bag. The other one had a couple other stuff like Old Bay chips and whatnot. But Coach Tony had this pin made, and it has Havre Grace Little League, and it has a crab and a lighthouse and the softball and the Maryland flag, and we were able to trade and bond with some of the other teams while we were up there and trade some stuff.
Real quick, Chris Menser, Coach Menser isn't here tonight, wasn't able to make it, but these three gentlemen, 4 coaches total, right? So I mean, it's not just a dedication from the students, but it's the dedication from the coaches. Getting home from work, putting your tennis shoes on and your shirt and going down to the practice field to help these young ladies. And also, it's the parents that did all the extra innings You know, it's bringing the food, bringing the drinks, you know, paying for hotel rooms for travel, raising money, doing the car wash. There's a lot that goes on when you take any team and you really allow them to grow the best they can and to be the best that they can be. It's not just the players, it's the community. And again, so the thanks goes to the coaches and the players. But I want to tell you something. You know, when I went up there and saw your game on Monday against Connecticut, what I noticed, I mean, to quote the great Dave Glenn, there's no I in the word team. He probably didn't make that up, but he says it all the time. I know Dave's watching this at home, but one thing I learned, and it's very extremely rare, is that each and every one of you was just connected as a teammate. And when you can achieve that level of performance, when everyone is equal and everyone knows where everyone's going to be, and you count on each other and you support each other, that's why you're champions. And we're really proud of you. We're proud to call you Havre Gratians, and you represent our city and the best of us. And Council President, I would like to give each one of you a recognition citation of your achievement. And the Council President has a little Havre Grace flag that you can put on your homework desk because school's about to start. So I'm going to call, I know not everybody's here this evening, but I'm going to call a name and I'll hand out your flag. So Riley? Riley's not here, okay. Kira? All right. Bailey? Brielle? Daly? I'm going to hand you a proclamation. Make sure you check your name on the bottom. Make sure it's got your name on it. It's in the last paragraph. It should be correct. Lilia? Sarah? Katie? Kenzie? Not here, okay. Madison? Allison? We have Autumn? Lyric? I think she was here. Okay. Coach Roger? I threw a strike too, didn't I? You did. Okay, thank you. It was an underhand throw. Chris Spencer, not here. I'll put this. Chris. We got Coach Tony. And Coach Burr. Well, at this moment, I think what we'd like to do is we'll get a picture of the team, snap one off, and then if you don't mind, I'd like to jump in with Council President for a quick picture, and then we can just bring parents and community up here, all your parents and stuff for a picture, right? We'll move these out of the way. Oh, thank you. So just the team, all the coaches. Any parents want to join the picture?
Everybody can move up one.
Okay, our next item of business this evening is comments from citizens. This is the part of this evening's meeting. If you're here because you wish to speak on an item that is on the agenda, now's the time to do so. But if you're also here because you wish to bring up any other matter of city business, now's the time to do so as well. So this is your time to speak. So normally what I do is if anybody either online or they walked in and grabbed a form and filled it out, I'll call on those citizens first. When I go through the forms, if anybody else wishes to speak, simply just raise your hand and be recognized and come forward and speak. Okay? So I'd like to call forward Ms. Carol Allen. Good evening, Ms. Allen, and welcome to the meeting. May we please have your name and address for the record?
Hi, Carol Allen. I'm at 814 Market Street, but I'm here, even though I am wearing this amazing National Lighthouse Day t-shirt for 2023, a few are still available for purchase at the gift shop in person or online. I am not here to represent Concord Point Lighthouse tonight. Instead, I want to make just a very brief statement as a representative from the Greater Havre de Grace Museum Association. And I'm just going to read a couple of short excerpts from the letter that we sent about a week ago to the mayor and city council about the thinking about relocating the visitor center to the Opera House. And we understand that that is no longer central to Ordinance 1114, but will be an administrative matter. However, we just want to be on public record with just a few statements from our letter. And so we want to just start out by saying that the Greater Havre de Grace Museum Association is a collaborative network of museums here within or just outside of Havre de Grace. And our goal is to enhance and strengthen each member institution through collaboration, sharing, and promotion of the educational and recreational opportunities that we each offer. So naturally, we very much support any efforts on the part of the city to enhance the overall experience of our visitors to our wonderful city, and we appreciate the intent of the parking plan, which is to find ways to offset the loss of parking that will be a part of the Havre de Grace restoration plan. However, we do have concerns about the thinking about possibly relocating the visitors center, and I just want to briefly share with you that many of the visitors to our institutions, we interact with them regularly, and many of them have already stopped at the visitors center to find their way around town, have very positive things to say about it. And we frequently also refer our visitors to the visitor center. We are concerned that relocating it to the Opera House would diminish its ability to fulfill its mission to the great extent that it does currently. So we have 5 reasons that we're concerned. We think the Opera House is a less central location. We don't think that sufficient space could be found within the Opera House to really fulfill the work that the visitor center currently does. Parking would be an issue, we think, in that new location. We believe that relocating it to a shared space could create the negative optics that the city has deprioritized the importance of tourism. And 5th, it's our understanding that the section of Pennington Avenue from Union to Market is envisioned as a central component of the restoration plan. And we think that it would be a mistake to lose what we have now, which is a highly visible, centrally located visitor center as part of that space. And to replace it instead with restrooms and parking would be creating kind of a hole right in a part that's supposed to be very visible and important. We also, because we collaborate a lot with the arts and entertainment organizations within Havre de Grace, we're concerned that this could have a negative impact on the Opera House itself. And we also want to say that we're concerned as to what would be the disposition of the incredible scale model of the city of Havre de Grace at the time of the British invasion in 1813, and what would happen to that if the visitor center is relocated. So we thank you for this opportunity to voice our concerns and recommendations, and I'll leave a written copy over here for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I'd like to call forward Mr. James Thomas. Good evening, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening.
Welcome to the meeting. Maybe if you wouldn't mind, just your name and address for the record, sir.
James Thomas. I live at 202 Seneca Way.
Welcome.
I'm not a politician, and I'm probably not a very eloquent speaker, but I have a concern on the Green Street Pier project. I live in Seneca Point, so I'm a little bit prejudiced, but I have experience as a boater. And as a longtime boater in Havre de Grace, even longer than I've lived here, I used to be part of the Pennsylvania Navy that used to come down on weekends year after year. And I finally, for circumstances that are not important, moved here. And I am very concerned about this pier project because I know boaters, I know the area, I know there's no water for major boats, for family boats. You only have water in that area for kayaks and airboats, whatever. And it's going to create, first off, a environmental problem with our neighborhood supports a lot of the wildlife, birds, fish, etc. I don't think the addition in this particular area between a commercial side, which is a dentist's office and etc., and our side, which is residential, is going to benefit from having a pier for visitors to use. And how they're going to use it, I don't know. So what I want to know is what is the plus and what is the minus of this project? I've talked to a number of people. I can't find any real reason that this would be a positive for the city of Havre de Grace. I don't see it. I don't appreciate it. I think it will cause water concerns with boats if they should get in there. I think it'll cause social problems because boaters that are going to use that kind of water are not the kind of boaters that, quite frankly, you want in your backyard. So you're building a project that is supposed to generate some sort of revenue. I don't know how that happens, and I don't think you are going to get, with the old Ben Franklin close, pluses, minuses. I don't think you're going to get a plus to overcome the minuses. I just wanted my voice heard. As I say, I'm not a politician. I don't claim to be. I just wanted my voice to be heard tonight, and I thank you.
Mr. Thomas, I think you did a good job.
Thank you.
I'd like to call up Debbie Quinn. Good evening, Mrs. Quinn. Welcome back. Maybe
Hi.
please have your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Debbie Quinn, Quinn. It's 217A, Seneca Way.
Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to speak. And since this is only my second council meeting, I get the impression that we can all come in and voice our opinions as much as we want. We have that freedom to do that. We state things, we ask questions, but how do we get the answers to the questions that we're stating? Or how do we get to have conversations with, say, you, the mayor, or council members? It just seems like people are just coming up saying they're either frustrated or they're happy, and that's the end of it. So I'm not getting an answer to that question, I guess.
Well, actually,
I understand.
normally my policies are just let people, say what they wish to say and not engage unless it's something that's a very simple answer. But you actually brought up a really good point. People come, they speak. A lot of times they don't.
They sit down.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I try to avoid debates with staff members and citizens. But I mean, informational things we don't mind like handing out to the public. It's a good question. A lot of times people will just walk into the lobby at City Hall and say, I live here and have a question about the trash on my street or a development behind my house. And usually you'll be directed to the director of planning, somebody if you wanted to talk, you get information. If you wanted to talk to multiple people, we all have, email addresses on the city website. But
So
in some
could do that
cases,
specifically?
what's that?
We could do that specifically, email members and.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The website has all the elected official emails, all the staff members. Sometimes on a very big issue, I mean, there could be, you could say, can I talk to, director of administration and director of planning? And, if it's something that, say, yeah, come on in, or bring some other people from the community. There's ways to do it. You brought up a very good question. I'm only addressing a question about how you can actually get more information. So usually like these public speaker forums, people will address concern or promote an event coming up, or, very seldom give praise, but like, but in general, they will, say things. But to answer your question, because I have a feeling other people in the audience might be thinking the same thing, how do we actually get a conversation going back and forth? And so, and I know there's other people speaking from your community. So what we'll probably do is, reach out and see if we can get a group of people from your community to come in and talk to, director of planning or director of economic development, the grant department that wrote this grant, if you need any more questions.
That sounds awesome.
So we can definitely be in contact to maybe get everybody in a room together. And now, if we get more than 3 council members in a room, we would have to advertise as a public meeting. But if you wanted to talk to, like, myself or my director of administration or something like that, we can make that happen. We can make it happen. But please, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to
No, I don't
answer a
take it as
question
an
for you, so.
interruption. I take it as an answer to my question. And I like some of the things you've said about
Yes, ma'am.
getting together. So much so that I forgot, I have it, what I was going to say next. I'm asking that everyone that's here not just listen, but to actually really hear and think about and putting yourself in our positions about the things that we're going to say. Being new to council meetings, I already addressed this. Of course, it's been made very transparent the city's primary goal for choosing Green Street is to bring more money into the businesses. Is that correct? Oh,
Well, I mean,
okay.
well, I'll tell you, I mean, this is great. It's a great opportunity. For decades, you know, since I've been on council in 2008, the Chamber of Commerce, the Alliance, merchants meeting, and even the boating community have all wanted a public pier somewhere downtown. We really don't have one, unless you tie up at the lighthouse, which really isn't downtown, and the pier is so high that you need a ladder to get up on the pier.
Is that a city pier?
That's a city pier, yes ma'am, down at the lighthouse. And, you know, piers are expensive. And we knew for a long time that it's something that was in an ask about a lot of things. Every time we talk about, you know, economic development, we talk about, you know, bringing people to town, you know, bringing the boaters up here. And we had an opportunity to write a grant through the Economic Development and Tourism Department. It was a federal grant, actually. And we said, well, let's go for it. And we won the grant. There's a lot of things we had to go through. You know, federal grant's very extensive to get this money. But the city does own the end of Green Street. And we believe we have the riparian rights. And that's what brought all this about. And so it wasn't done in a vacuum where we just said, hey, let's just put a pier. So this is where we are today. We received the grant money about a year and a half ago. Bridget, Ms. Johnson?
We received the majority of the grant money, and the rest will be here when the project is ready to go, which should be between November and February when the pier will be built. So that's the time frame that we're on. And it is a federal grant. It's through the Economic Development Agency, which is a federal grant, of course. And everything with what the mayor just said, there was a plan decades old of looking at a pier for the downtown area, including Green Street, a public pier. We don't have a public pier in the downtown. So it's for the purpose of, yes, bringing people into the downtown, not just to help the businesses, which is also a good thing, but the piers that we have at the lighthouse, we didn't have public transportation like we now have a trolley, but if you were to dock at one of the other marinas, you would have to walk into the downtown. So it was for the specific purpose of having a pier in the downtown area on city-owned property.
That kind of touches on a couple other things further in what I was going to say. Is the well, maybe I don't want to keep asking questions, I guess, and save
Well,
it for when
it's
we
no
get
problem. I
together.
mean, I don't mind saying this because, I mean, I just want to open it up to everybody. I know there's a lot of people here
Yeah, I
ask
don't,
questions about this. And this is also part of the charrettes we did. The charrettes were the public input sessions we had over a couple months back in the winter of 2022. It's part of the downtown restoration plan to have like the transient pier there as a center where people can come, you know, walk up. It's all part of the project. So like I said, it didn't come out of nowhere. Now, as far as like the letters that have gone out to the citizens and all that stuff, when I got brought up the first, I heard about that. So there's some details I wasn't aware of, and maybe we could address that later. But you know, the project itself has been something that we've been talking publicly about for a while now. But I just want to let you know, and please, I mean, and everybody else, just come up and say how you feel and your concerns. That's what we're here for. Just letting you know where the city's coming from with the pier, is that's been something that's been talked about for a very long time. And we finally were able to get the grant money, and it coincided with the downtown restoration project. So again, that's what I'll say on that, but please continue, Ms. Quinn, your comments and your concerns.
okay. Quick question, is the pier in Hutchins Park also a transient pier?
The piers at Hutchins Park, you can pay to dock overnight, correct, Mr. Gamatory?
So there's two slips available in Hutchins Park. One maybe not after tonight, because we're talking about the Martha Lewis. But they're for a very large vessel to come in, somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 plus feet.
Okay.
The end of that pier is a fishing pier, so there's no dockage allowed on that. We do on occasion, when one of the big ships, tall ships come up, we'll put them out there because we have nowhere else. But as a matter of rule, no, that's not for transient.
Okay, thanks. Is the parking lot that has the big sign, event parking, is that used for any kind of parking, or does there have to be an event occurring?
That's do you want me to? Yes. So the city owns that. That's a city parking lot. We put that in as part of the project for the living shoreline, the boat ramp, and also we had to cap the soils there because they were contaminated. That's the reason why you see macadam so close to the waterfront. You never see that anywhere else, but that was one of the part of the remediation plan for that area. So that area is available for parking of all kinds. The intention is it's for boat and trailer parking for the launching ramp.
Okay.
But we don't monitor or ticket that.
Okay, well,
right.
Could the pier run off of that parking lot? Because the people that park there for events are being asked to walk from there up to town. If the pier was there, the boaters would be asked to do the same thing seasonally, and would be able to go into town and walk the same distance that regular residents or visitors would do. And as far as the pier down at Concord Lighthouse, it seems like the Ride the Tide shuttles would now take care of getting them into town. That's just a comment. And then okay, and I was thinking that it seems like the only thing that's being taken into consideration with the pier, or at least that's been voiced, is that it's to bring in revenue to the businesses and restaurants, but that's not all. Everything should be considered. It seems like that's the only one that's been focused on. It seems as if a goal is to have visitors and residents spend more money in the city, why are you planning to remove parking spaces right in town? That seems extremely counterproductive. And at this point, I have comments to make about the visitor center, but I don't think this is the time I should do that because it's a separate issue, right? Okay. I came to the visitor center when I first got here, and they were so helpful. They took you to specific pamphlets. They showed you the pamphlets, and it was a very welcoming experience, and it just seems like it's such a good place for it to be. And they were very helpful, and I don't think many visitor centers are like that. The following categories I'll be commenting on also need to be considered. And a side note is we've been told research and different studies have been done regarding the effect on the environment within the cove and water depths. The city seems convinced there will be no damage to the environment. Where are the results of that research and those studies? And we have more environmental concerns to be addressed at a later time. With the federal grant, or the request for this, it's come to my attention that there are different things that were suggested that area would be used for. That would be more suitable for the residents and owners there. They someone else will be addressing that. For 8 years that my sister and I have lived there, it floods down Green Street like a river. I'm sure you're aware of that. I think you said you'd known about that. And I take videos of it because it just seems unbelievable. There are actual waterfalls that go down over the rocks and wash out the mulch and the soil. And none of the attempts to remedy the flooding have been successful. Shouldn't that be a priority to be resolved first, pier or no pier? How would ongoing flooding affect the proposed sidewalk leading to the pier? When the flooding concern was mentioned, it was stated that that area would be under the dock. Some of the area of the mulch would be under the dock. And if that's so, how would that area be maintained and not continue to wash away the mulch and soil in that area? The pier being located above that area would cause even more damage to the cove. It would inhibit access underneath there to replace the soil and rocks and mulch that continue to wash away. My next comment is the Havre Seaplane Base, FAA, is located directly next to Green Street. It even requires a windsock. There's a sign there that says no trespassing, that it's an airport. Has the FAA been notified of the proposed placement of the pier? If so, have they approved it? But someone else may address that, so I don't want to be repetitive, but I would like to know an answer. Because of the extreme shallowness of the cove, how much of the pier will actually be utilized? How many boats will be able to use it at one time? Taking into consideration the fact that only smaller flat-bottom boats would be able to use the pier seasonally, the money generated for the city would seem to be minimal. What justifies this proposed location? I'm losing eye contact, so I'm gonna I'm gonna skip a couple of these. In the permit request for the pier on page 5 of 5 with heading of PR structures over the water to be constructed, it states that it's a fixed pier. So some piers, I think, like down in front of, I want to say Mackenzie's, but it's the restaurant, McGregor's. Down there, their boat or their pier seems to rise and lower with the tide. But if this one is fixed, am I seeing it correctly that it will not move? So when the tide's real low, how will boats even be able to use the far end of the pier? What about the boats that, get stuck in the mud and the seagrass? How will they be removed? Who would maintain the upkeep of the proposed pier? Who is to guarantee that they won't also end up looking like the transient piers I said at Hutchins Park and the area around the Concord Light Point House, but you've given me more specific information about those two areas. They're embarrassing eyesores for the city of Havre Grace. The area around the lighthouse is used for many major events, sightseeing by visitors, and simply enjoyed by the citizens of Havre Grace. If they were better maintained responsibly, boaters would be more likely to take advantage of them and be used again. What are the regulations for the pier? Examples being hours for use, noise levels. Is lighting actually required because of the lighting that's already there on Green Street? It's very bright. Situations directly affecting Seneca Point community. This community is appealing for many reasons. It's a very beautiful, peaceful, quiet community with beautiful scenic views of the Susquehanna River. There are specific HOA rules for all the owners that address, one example is noise level. Since we've lived there, there's never been loud parties, there's never been music playing off decks. It's been very serene. There's also an understood respect among owners not to litter throughout the community, especially with John and Carol Zimmerman, who started the cat no littering program. Boaters and visitors do not have the same ownership concerns as owners do. That has been proven by observing some visitors that have come down to the end of Green Street, especially on First Fridays. My favorite is seeing all the people sit directly under the sign that's right at where the rocks begin to go around the circle. Sign that says, "Please stay off the rocks." And the people have always been sitting there. I mean, there's just a total regard for that. Total regard for the sign that says no trespassing, that it's an airport where the windsock is. That's totally disregarded. There's also another concern. Boaters leaving the pier will use Seneca Point Community's recycling bins and dumpsters for disposing their trash. We have already witnessed non-residents driving by in pickup trucks and using Seneca Point, I'm going to say SPC from now on, instead of Seneca Point Community, trash receptacles, even in the daytime, let alone at night. Our recycling bins are completely filled to the brims from just the residents. Some visitors and transients have completely ignored the no trespassing violators will be prosecuted sign that's on the fence that goes down at the property line. If you've been there, you're all aware of that. And our concern is boaters that want to go to the farmer's market or the southern part of the town may think they can just cut through SPC's private property along the water or Seneca Way. While sitting out on our deck, I don't have a lot of pages, it's just, I made the print really big so I could read it, so it looks like a lot. It's not. Our concerns, okay. We have actually witnessed people acting sneaky and doing very inappropriate things. Ignore this sign, and those people are ignoring the sign. When I explain it's private property, either all of a sudden they look very guilty or give me looks that really scare me. So my sister and I have a difference of opinion whether we should even say anything because they know where we live, obviously. One First Friday, I looked down on the side of our fence and there was a pocketbook apparently stolen because it had its contents dumped out all under the bench right outside our back door. So I think people that want to do things that are not things you should do, find that place back there a good hideaway to do those things. The other night, I looked out, this was the past First Friday, I looked right directly below my bedroom window. And I was closing the blinds, and I looked down, and directly down below were 3 youngsters, non-residents, people appearing to be acting suspiciously and sneaky. They were hiding behind the big pine tree. They took out joints and began smoking them. It's understood that these things happen, but drawing more people into this area where they feel that they can get away with these things easier, as a result of the proposed pier will increase these occurrences. Loss of privacy, I'm going to try to abbreviate. Our bedroom and the master bedroom and living room are the 2 rooms that are on the waterfront. And when you're on that first level condo with A's, they can look directly in and see you in your living room, in your master bedroom. It's, even though you're up 1 level above the garages. So, we bought that place for the scenery, and since we've been there, we leave the curtains open all the time, 24/7, which maybe I shouldn't be saying, but so we can have those views. And I think my sister's now going to make me close the curtains all the time.
Miss, excuse me. Do you have this electronically, like on your computer?
I have a copy of it to leave.
That'd be good. I'd appreciate that, because, Mr. Mayor, Council President, I think the citizens brought up some pretty good points, which makes me think maybe this would be a good topic for the Parks and Harbor Committee to take up, looking at the design of the pier, looking at how to operationalize it, because we spoke about this in Budget and Finance Committee this past week just a little bit, because we're moving the funding from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. And we talked about, you know, how the transient pier is supposed to be. Is it going to be overnight stays? Is there going to be electric? And, you know, it's really a council decision how operationally it's going to work, how it's going to function.
Those things haven't been decided yet?
To my knowledge, no. So I think if we take this to the Parks and Harbor Committee, make sure that the design for the transient pier is not a mistake like what was done years ago at Concord Point, for one, and then for two, to kind of touch some of the concerns that we've been hearing from the surrounding community in what's essentially a residential business district, and then maybe even have some folks from the Marina Commission look at it and, you know, give us some of their knowledge base as well. Council President, would that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. I do have to caution that some of the members of the condo association have they've obtained representation through an attorney. So any conversation should go through our city attorney about that. But we can have a conversation with the Parks and Harbor to try to determine where we want to go in the future, what we want it to look like.
I think the plan should definitely be examined by the Parks and Harbor Committee. You know, that would be the first step, I would think.
I agree.
Okay.
Thanks. And the last thing, it's last, but it's extremely concerning, not just to the owners on the cove, but to the whole community, is the loss of value to the condos as a result of the pier being put in. In a brief conversation we had, the person I was speaking with said that, how do you know the value would go down? Maybe it would go up. And the conversation was cut short because of another meeting. But here's the reality. They're not boat slips that can be owned by the individual owners. If that were to be the case, that would bring more value to the condos. But this pier won't bring more value, and it may even decrease the cost of the condos. I'm done. Thank you.
Ms. Quinn.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'd like to call forward Mr. Alan Fair and Pam Spelker. Good evening, folks. Welcome. Absolutely.
Alan Fair, president of Harmerstown Art Center. My home address is 3 Concord Place, Havre, Maryland.
Welcome, sir.
1078.
And I'm Pam Spelker, board member and treasurer of Harmerstown Art Center, Inc. at 115 Market Street.
Welcome, Ms. Spelker.
And we're here tonight to tell you we're almost done with the construction of Grow Alley and are now focusing on a grand ribbon cutting event to celebrate our joyous occasion. We are pleased with the results so far. Hope you are too. We also want to let you know let's see, cutting, we're hoping it will be the end of September. We're planning to have a 2-day event. We don't have a firm date at this point, but we do have a date we're trying to work out. It's September 29th and Saturday, September 20th.
30th.
30th. Should have put my glasses on. If it's not this date, then it'll be sometime in October. We need other information to finalize the actual date. We have been in touch with the Chief Walter, and we're working with her. That's one of the reasons we've got that date. There's just so much going on other weekends, and so this would be the date we hope that'll work. Friday ribbon cutting, 3 parts. Opening reception, 300 invitees, thanking dignitaries, and of course the mayor and city council will be invited. Ribbon cutting, we're inviting another 700 people for that portion.
So that's about 1,000 people that are being invited directly by us to attend that grand event when we cut the ribbon, not including the community once it's open to the community.
Right. And then the other thing will happen that day, there'll be the sculpture unveiling. For those that don't know, it's the horse Havre Grace. The full-size horse with a jockey. And it's a beautiful horse, I can tell you.
He didn't need notes on that.
Well, I'm going to tell you something else, too. I got to ad lib. For those that don't know it, we're going to have 8 full-size horses. There'll be 4 on Market Street and the starting gate. Then we'll need another 3 towards Congress, that general area. There'll be all famous horses that ran in Havre Grace. And the horse Havre Grace did not. But because of that name, she's going to be in the winner's circle. And I've checked with a lot of racing people that go all over the United States, and there's nothing that will be like this, where we're going to have 8 full-size statues. According to these people, they've seen one, maybe in one racetrack or something like that. There'll be nothing like it in the United States. We expect 2,000 people on Friday and perhaps that many on Saturday. Based on the crowd size, we're requesting the Market Street closed for several hours both days, Friday and Saturday. Just the 1 block from Bourbon to Congress. Yeah, just this one-time event. For safety reasons, especially the ribbon cutting, would like to have the 3 food trucks on Market Street during the shutdown time only. Road closure Friday, like 2 p.m. till 9 p.m. The event would start at 3 and end at 8. Saturday, 1 to 8 p.m. Event would start at 1:30 and end at 7 p.m. We will be submitting an event application later this week once we firm up the actual date. We're asking you for your consideration of the street closure to help us with this event to make sure we keep area alley safe for all visitors and opening weekend. I want to thank you for your time and support in the past as you have done. We really appreciate the support since we started the journey 2 years ago. Any question? I've said enough. We're going to let Pam answer.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Boyer?
Can you say the date again that you're looking at?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you say the date again that you're looking at?
We're currently looking at the very last weekend in September. That would be Friday the 29th and Saturday the 30th. We had other dates, but we had to quickly change them based on the chief's suggestion.
Any other questions? Councilmember Booker.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. No, I can't wait to see the application, and also I'd like to bet on some of those horses until I found out they were statues, but I'll still bet on them, okay?
Let me say something there. I talked to a friend of mine today, former doctor in town, and said we were going to have 8 horses. He said, "How are you going to handle that?" I said, "What do you mean handle it?" He said, "They're going to be real horses, aren't they?" I said, "I don't think so." That's the first time I've heard that one.
Pretty much, we wanted to say thank you to everyone for all your support up to this point in time, to give you an advance warning of the application coming in. We're on a fast track. We're still finishing construction, so we're, much has been, we would have done this earlier had construction moved along differently, but it hadn't. And we're also working with the city on other component of it that's dictating when we can actually be done and move forward with the application. And we're inching towards the fall and winter. So, and the community is very anxious to have us open up, and we're anxious to open it. So the meeting tonight was just to give you a preview of what's coming, what we're going to ask, and we're hoping for council support for the street closure. Again, it's a one-time event. We don't expect to do this again until we open the art building, and that's for a while yet. So anything else we do in the future, we don't expect to close the streets. Everything will be done in the alley itself. But for the safety of the public, just based on the size, having that one street closed for that limited time would help significantly to help our citizens, and then just help the event. And we do plan on having dignitaries there, significant, so that just adds for security and everything else that's needed to be planned. And because of the amount of people and who we're inviting, we really need to get invitations out and get on people's calendars to save the date for speakers, et cetera. So we're really hoping that if you have any problems with the street closure, you would just let us know, as quickly as the event application comes in. That just helps us in our planning. But we thank you for your consideration in advance.
Any questions? Thank
Thanks
you both.
again.
Thank you both very much. Thank you. We're very excited. Thank you. Okay, I would like to call forward, I have 2 more filled out forms. I'd like to call forward former Harford County Executive, Miss Eileen Rehrman. I apologize, I meant to announce you earlier, but I got distracted with the girls softball team. But Ms. Rehrman, former county executive, please come forward. Welcome. It's an honor to have you in the chamber tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council President, member of the City Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of a number of residents of Seneca Point. And I had prepared some exhibits for you, and I thought I might just quickly try to go through them. First is a point of personal privilege. I moved here 2 years ago, and before I bought the condo, I looked at the comprehensive plan, and as you can see on the comprehensive plan on the first page, it calls for a pedestrian overlook at the end of Green Street. And I thought, well, that's a very passive use, and it'll protect the submerged aquatic vegetation that exists there. And so I thought, no worries about the impact to sitting there on my deck, relaxing after all the years of public service, and enjoying the geese coming by and the other waterfowl that's there. And I also took from your next exhibit is a piece from your current comprehensive zoning that you're looking at now, which is only a couple years late. And that is that you're talking about habitat areas here, and you're talking about submerged aquatic vegetation. And I circled up top, which you'll see in that green portion, is a very important SAV bed in the city of Havre de Grace. And as you know from your own efforts in the past, that having those grasses grow and the other vegetation is very important to the health of the bay and something we've been striving for all these years. So the good news is it's there. The other news is we have to protect those beds. And the proposed pier is going to go right through that SAV bed. On the next page, there's a letter that accompanies the request for the 3-tier federal grant request. The pier itself is only one part of the 3 points that you requested money for. And if you go down, I highlighted what the purpose of the transient pier was from the letter of your EDAB chairman. And what it says is that the transient pier would provide the needed ability to host passing boaters, as well as a launch point for boat tours and a water taxi. Now the problem is, once you've gotten into looking at the depth of the pier, it's not going to provide any of those opportunities. You're going to see in the next page that the depth there is shallow. It's only 2 to 3 feet. And I became aware of this as about a year ago and started to go through the town asking for information on the status of the project. And I was referred to Patrick Seipel, who said he was the project manager. And as the city went through its processes, he would let me know what was happening so the community could get infected. And instead, he kept saying there was nothing to see, there was nothing available. And as you know, last week, one of our citizens told you that they received notice of an application to the Department of Environment for several permits that will impact this pier. And this was signed by the Department of Public Works Director, and it was sent by certified mail to 2 of the residents, and that is not who the property owner is. The property owner is the Seneca Point Condominium Association, and to this date, the association has had no contact from the city as to these permit requests before the Department of the Environment. When I talked to the Department of the Environment, they have said that until that happens, there will be no 2-week notice that the clock will start over again. And so the Community Association, as we sit here tonight, has had no notification from the town on this permit request, and there are several of them before the Department of the Environment. As you see, it's adjoining riparian property rights. We also take issue that the Cove approach to riparian rights means that your dock or pier cannot expand to the middle of the cove, impeding others' rights to the water. And I'm sure we'll have some further discussion on the riparian rights issue. This next picture is a picture of how they took, the subcontractor took a stick close to high tide and put the stick into the mud to get the results of what the depth is. So some of the depths that you're going to see in the study are exaggerating, and that the water is even more shallow than what is presented to you. We have now had 2 drawings. One drawing, which is the next drawing, is the drawing that was submitted to the Department of the Environment, which the residents haven't seen yet. And if you look at this particular drawing, an environmental engineer has looked at it and said there's a 2% drop in the concrete area and another 2% drop down to the pier, which will exaggerate what you heard from the prior resident as to all the storm water that comes off of Green Street. And I'm sure you're familiar with the slope of Green Street and how that comes down. Well, now we'll have additional concrete to deal with and additional flow into that, with all the runoff from the street, the oils, and that further damaging the SAV. And I did a close-up for you to see the bed on the next page, and it's from the Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences. And it's an official map of the SAV bed itself. I also wanted to say, this is my partner in crime. I walk the city 4 times a day. And if you look at the next one, you'll see Hutchins Park. And you'll see the status of Hutchins Park. We have been there twice a day for the past 2 years. And there's been one boat that has used it and parked there. And that was when the Pride came in that weekend. The only other usage of that is the sailing school. There has been no other boat tied up to that dock in the 2 years that I've lived here. And we can see it if we don't go to Hutchins Park at the end of the street. As well as you can see the condition of Hutchins Park. You can see that the door here is dropped off. And if you looked at the condition of the pier itself, you'll see all kinds of droppings that are on there. And anybody that would want to tie up, I think, would have second thoughts. So you have to consider the maintenance of this proposed pier at the bottom of Green Street, as well as the police needs that I'm sure the community would be calling the police chief frequently with a lot of problems that are occurring, as they do already at Hutchins Park and at Tidings Park. And so I just want to say that we have extreme concerns about this. We don't think it's going to produce the economic benefit to the city that you believe it is once this pier has gotten underway as far as examination. There are also 2 sets of drawings with 2 different lengths and depths of that particular area, and we haven't heard a thing from the city. So I asked from the Condominium Association for transparent government, and a good government is for the mayor and the council to meet with members of the community and go over this and say, which drawing is the correct drawing? Do you have a permit pending before the Department of the Environment? We were informed that we had 2 weeks to respond to of our citizens, not the rest of the community. And so this is not an example of how good government should work. So we're requesting that, because of the lack of information, that we have a meeting so that we can really examine some of these issues together for benefit the city as well as the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rehrman. And we will be reaching out to you for a meeting.
Thank you.
You have one more pre-filled out form, and that's Mr. Richard Clemens. I was going to say, long time no see, sir.
Still alive. Hello.
Welcome, sir. May you please have your name and address for the record, and
Richard Clemens, Camilla Street, Havre Grace.
Welcome back.
Well, I wasn't away, but I did not know we were putting in a pier somewhere. Turns out it's down at the end of Green Street by the Seneca condos. So I came in here tonight. I don't like that location, but some of the comments I heard have absolutely nothing to do with that issue. First of all, speedboats. Oh my God, they go fast. Oh, what are we gonna do? All right, the average cost of a speedboat, if you buy a real cheap one, is about $75,000, upwards to $150,000, $200,000. These are the people that you see putting them in at the park. Okay, these are no longer the boats that used to come down from Pennsylvania down 222 down through Lancaster that cost $8,000 and were hauled in by the guys working at the steel mills. Okay, times have changed. We need to think that way and realize it and accept it. We like to make our businesses known. We like people running around saying, I had a good time in Havre Grace. Whatever it is that they do, just do it legally, have fun. Another thing I heard, if I'm not mistaken, is recreational marijuana, I'm not a pot smoker. I haven't smoked a joint since 1976. But is marijuana still illegal in Maryland, recreational marijuana, or did they change that law? Anybody know? It's
It's not legal in public.
It's what?
It's not legal in
Oh,
public.
okay. But, yeah, so, I don't see why anybody would be too hard on somebody smoking a joint. I'm not. I could care less, unless it's one of my drivers, and he has a law under DOT rules that he can't do it. All right, so much for that. I don't like the location because it's not close enough to our businesses, the businesses that would be affected. Boaters, especially go-fast boaters, which I'm one, we like to stay close to our boats. We don't like to pull the boat in, then get on the bus and go 1.5 miles, 2 miles downtown, or 5 or 6 blocks. I would think about my personal choice if I were picking a spot, barring any problems with the spot, is behind the water plant somewhere. Behind the water plant, and the type of dock I would use, because you're going to have limited space. I understand this dock is only going to be about 100 feet long. You're talking about a fixed dock. You're probably only going to have boats going on one side of it. I haven't seen any drawings. I haven't seen any visualizations of it. But I would say a simple floating dock with the pilings through the center. If anybody wants to see what that is, go down to the new double loading ramp, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a very simple concept. It uses less pilings than a fixed dock, and you can put boats on both sides. The people come, they go have dinner, they have a good time. It's the parking isn't an issue because boats don't park cars there. They're not launching the boats, and we're using an area that is basically trashy looking anyway at the water plant. So why not have the boats, an access for them to come in there? Keep it away from these people's private houses. They don't want it anyway. And, the only neighbor there is the water plant and whoever's sitting at the little desk there. So that's really all I have to say. So that's, I guess, a score for both of them. The Seneca, they get a pass. I would not, the Seneca people, the residents there, down at Green Street, they get a pass. I don't want to see it there. It's not going to get used. It'll be like that travesty down by the lighthouse. And down by, by the water plant, it will be used. If you look at Tidewater's floating dock, it's very busy. If you look at Tiki Lee's dock up in Port Deposit, it's very busy. You can't find the parking spaces for boats there. It's that simple. You want to put a water taxi in, you want to put anything like that, put it in by the lighthouse. It's also, there's something else you have to consider with boats, and the boaters all know this. Their Facebook pages. When you park a boat, we have very fast boats making what they call wakes. Wakes are the waves that the boats put out. By Tidewater, where I park all the time, it's not that bad. It's tolerable, very tolerable. There are other places. I took my boat out. I have a 34-foot. I took it out by the lighthouse. It's impossible. It's like riding on a roller coaster. And that's not because anybody's doing anything wrong. It's because that's what the boat traffic does. Boats make wakes. That's all. Live with it. But down in that part, as you're approaching the bridges, everything seems to slow down a little tiny bit. That's where I would put it. I would seriously consider putting it there. I think that would be, and I wanted that. I think you and I, Mr. May, talked about it maybe 15 years ago when you were a councilman. So I would love to see that. There's nothing I'd like better than to see that spot become a transit pier for boaters to come in, enjoy the day, and get out. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
You're welcome.
That is all the pre-filled out speaker forms I have. So at this moment, I will open the floor to any citizen raise their hand, be recognized. Sir. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the meeting. May we please have your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Michael Aluto, and I'm at 215 Point Way.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to do is, although they already left, congratulate the girls' team, the softball team. That's a big accomplishment for the town. Very proud of them.
Yes, sir.
That's the first thing I'd like to do is congratulate them. The second thing is during the week, I had an opportunity to speak with Steve Gamatoria and Patrick Sippold. Are they here today? They might have been here. Nice meeting you, Steve. Thanks for taking the time to speak with me. All right, so a lot had been established that some people in my community may not know, and I try to write notes to share it with some people. And Steve did a great job of educating me about the project. The reason why there's the fixed dock rather than the flat one that goes on the water, the floating dock, is because it lets the light through, so this way the fish could spawn and so on. So that's why it's that high. All right, so the person who just spoke now, yes, so the reason why you originally didn't want that was so the fish could get the light and so on, and it'll be very high, and not many boats will come in, and a lot of that's already established, but I just wanted to get that out. So just wanted to clarify that, and then if there's any other information that you taught me, and I also had an opportunity to speak with Patrick, and he also educated me about it. Just the thing that I'd like to bring to the committee and to the mayor, and thank you for having us, is I've been so excited about this living shoreline that we've been having. I take a look at all of the material you put out. I've been in this building 3 times. I've been in the visitor center multiple times. I'm reading about it. I Google it, search it out. But the original plans on everything just said that it was going to be a living shoreline and nothing about a fixed dock at all. Nothing in the plans, nothing there. And as Debbie stated, the water runs down, and I love environmental stuff. I really do. I live for it. And I'm like watching all of the soot go into the Chesapeake Bay. And I'm like, great, you're going to be doing something for this area. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, great. I saw them put the grass down, it washed away. They put trees in, they really haven't grown. And I'm like thinking, this is what the improvement's going to be. And finding out that there's going to be more isn't really what it is. Now, just to bring to your attention, I love photography. And I will be sending each member of the committee some video. We have geese and goslings that go from one cove on Pennington, and they go all the way around to Green Street, and they migrate back and forth. I'm going to send you some beautiful videos, and then hopefully the guys, as much as the women, will go, oh, look at them. You'll see on top of the bricks that they go there, the moms and the dads protect their young, right in that spot where you're going to put it. I have pictures, not because I thought I was going to be here today, but because I love photography. I love it so much, and I take pictures and videos, and I go back. It's my go-to when I have a bad day to look at these videos. Okay, so just wanted to bring that to your attention. Now, to go to this gentleman's idea, I love the idea of economics. Since I'm 12 years old, I've looked at economics. It was in the 1970s when they had the oil embargo. I took a look, and I started my first business. It was selling coffee on those long gasoline lines. And I was probably one of the first LBOs. Someone came to me and said, I'll buy you out for $10. Me and my friend took $5 each and we left because we didn't want to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning anymore. I look at this thing. I do finance for a living. Now, Steve, how many boats will be able to park there?
I'm not exactly sure. Looking at the depth of the water and the length of the pier, it looks like at mean low tide, about halfway to 3/4 out, there's about enough water for an average boat, maybe a 22, 24-foot boat.
But how many of those 22-foot
I would
boats?
say maybe about 4 to 6 boats at most.
4 to 6, okay. So mathematically speaking, has anyone done the calculations on 4 to 6 boats that might stay for a few hours, come and go, and maybe shop in town or go to a restaurant? Has an economic analysis been done on that? Mayor, Mr. Mayor?
We'll just let that be a rhetorical question. Just
No,
keep
no, it's a
rolling.
question. Has an economic thing been done on that? Has anybody done crunched numbers and say, okay, when I started my first business coloring seashells and selling them in front of bus stops, I said, how many people have to come off the bus to make like 50 cents, you know? And I would do the math. Have we done, as a town, calculations to say 4 boats will have this positive economic impact to us?
Is that part of the grant location? I don't know, Ms. Johnson.
The actual grant application did not require that we do the economic analysis. But what we did, and I don't want to get too hung up on the pier either, because we have 3 estimates for the design of the pier, and not one has been chosen to date, but we do know it's going to be a fixed pier. But in terms of the, as you heard earlier, we will still be talking to mayor and council in terms of there's going to be a cost to dock at the pier, and then the terms of like coming into the city, if you're shopping, if you're going into the restaurants. So there is not a number that we can give you, but yes, we are looking at that.
Has a study been done? That's the question.
We don't have, a study is not required.
It's not required, but that's fine. It's not required, but still has it been done?
No.
It has not been done. Would you consider doing one to see if the social impact for the people in the community is worth the social disturbance? You know, I could go through all the emissions, all these things that, you know, I clean up the trash, blah, 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 and I do all this. I'm a good citizen, which I am. You know, but one day it's a lover's lane. I had to pick up condoms that we used and stuff like that. She had marijuana, blah, blah, blah. We don't want it in our area, but it does make sense to put it in another spot where you'll have it. But I would recommend, and if you'd like, you know, to talk about it economically, where would it make the most economic benefit for the town? Because I do like the idea of St. Michael's and other places of it. But when I talk to people at Heron Harbor, when I talk to people, you know, that are by Lee's Landing with the boats coming in, they're not so excited about it. They're really not. And this is a residential area, so maybe what we could do, from when I spoke to Steve and Patrick, it wasn't a real done deal. That you guys haven't put the reason why it wasn't on the docket, that I never knew about it when I looked at the finances of the town, it wasn't on that page, and correct me if I'm wrong, well, I spoke to Patrick about that. It wasn't completely on the docket of your finances because it wasn't fully voted on. So there's a couple of choices. You could give the grant money back, right? You could give the grant money back and reapply for something after speaking to community for that area, or perhaps put it somewhere else. Is that the options that you have available?
Not totally with this grant, but I can speak to mayor and council about that. It's a grant that's tied to 2 other projects. It is calculations and matching funds that had to go to that. So no, we can't just return or delete this project without it affecting the other 2 projects, which one is the shuttle bus that has been ordered and should be delivered within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And another is a footbridge at our Swan Harbor Trail, which starts in the industrial park and connects to the county's portion of the trail. So it is a project where there was 3 projects written together for one grant, and it absolutely cannot be just transferred to another location.
It cannot. So what would it take to accommodate the wishes of a large quantity of people? What can be done? Would you have to give all the money back? Can you just send back that money and then just reapply for some Raritan rights somewhere else?
We would.
Because it's for water access. That's what Patrick told me. The grant was made for water access. And it could even be a kayak ramp, he told me.
It can't be a kayak ramp either. But no, we would have to meet with EDA and see what other options they would give us, but they're not going to just automatically transfer it to another location. They're very familiar with this location, as is the Department of Environment, Department of Natural Resources. We had to have their permission. We have letters of support and recommendations where they study this area, and it went with the application. So yes, but again, we would have to talk to EDA to see what other.
Did MDE come, or the Army Corps of Engineer? Because from what I understood, only Bayland came who has a conflict of interest, because they came and they were supposed to be the person that looked at it only. So that's what I understood. Is that correct or
So
incorrect?
MDE and DNR and a lot of state organizations use things through mapping and things of that nature. So they were not on the ground that I'm aware of to look at this, but they do a
That's
lot
what
of
I understood.
permitting
They did not
that
come
way.
and look. That's what I understood.
That's pretty much the
And
norm.
Bayland said, well, it's not going to have a problem, but there's a conflict of interest with them because they are going to be the person who builds it. So they did the study. You're saying there's not a conflict of interest?
No, I'm not saying
I mean, is there a conflict? Could there possibly be a conflict of interest?
Sir, just, a lot of these questions that we'll answer are informational. I don't want to get into ideologies
No,
or
I'm, okay.
debate, and you're asking like
No,
an
I don't want to
opinion
debate, but I'm
from
just saying
somebody.
it's the person who's doing the study is also going
Well,
to
you
get
can,
the sale.
you're free to make that statement, but I don't want to, engage my staff into making
No, I
claims
just.
and things like that.
Okay, I don't want to do that, so I retract that
Sure,
statement.
sure, no problem.
I'll retract it.
Informational questions, not a problem. But please
Okay,
proceed.
so I guess where I should direct this to is perhaps broadly. What would it take to make a change in this step going forward? I guess that's my question, is what would it take you guys to change your mind in order to find a different location? I understand the grant was granted for a specific location and it's tied to other things, and it might mean having to start over from the drawing board of hard work that you did, right? You guys put a lot of hard work into getting it, and it's a big accomplishment and it's something to be proud of. But what would it take to change your mind before it wound up on your website saying, we funded this? That's a question.
Sure. It would just take a change of course. I mean, we would have to identify another area. I mean, right now, the area we identified is the property the city owns, which is the foot of Green Street. But, if council didn't want the project to go forward, then that'd be a different topic.
Okay.
But like I say, but also, I do want to say, we're very limited on where we could put this, and a couple times, folks brought up the area behind the water plant, between American Legion and Tidewater. Where that area is, the city of Havre Grace has its water intake lines. We have a deep line and a shallow line. And because of that, we have a no boating zone actually over that area, or at least, well, people boat unknowingly over it, but there's no dockage, no anchoring over that because that's where we get our drinking water. So it would make sense to put a city pier there, but we can't because that's where our water lines are. And we just spent a lot of money having those water lines replaced not too long ago. But again, this isn't, coming down from Mount Sinai written in stone. This is, the intention of the city. But, that's why we're listening. That's why we're listening to everybody.
The white floating docks at Hutchins Park, what are they for? I only see the children sailing out on them, using them. It's the bay sail, using the white floating docks.
Yeah, so they're for the sailing school and they're also for kayaks.
Okay, but who's it open to?
Anybody.
To anyone? Okay. So that's only for small things like kayaks and the small sails. Could that area be used, Steve, for converted a little bit, some of that area?
I'm not sure of what the depths are. The riparian, in Hutchins, the riparian rights are a little bit different down there. So it's sort of a loaded question at this point. I haven't thought about it or looked into it or looked at the details of our neighbor to the south or to the north, and then also the availability to be able to use the 2 deep slips for transient boaters that are coming in, like the Martha Lewis, for example.
That go by the
So I think all these discussions, Mr. Mayor, if I may, would be part of what Councilmember Robertson said, looking into at the Parks and Harbor Committee, and kind of get a group together with the Parks and Harbor Committee, taking the comments that are sort of been assembled here tonight and have them come back with a recommendation. And maybe that recommendation is we'll go through the fixed pier, the floating pier, the location, and so forth. But I do want to say one thing that you mentioned to answer some question about floating versus fixed. Because of SAVs, MDE and DNR gave us guidance that floating piers that are stationary typically are not well suited for the SAVs that are there. The higher the pier, the more apt sunlight will allow to go through. That's what I was explaining to you on that. There was discussions about a floating pier versus not in that area. The other part of this whole process is MDE, DNR will observe or survey that area for SAVs, and if there's too much of a disturbance, they likely would not permit this project to begin with. We don't have the permit to do this project. We are in the permitting process to do the project. So that's probably the number one contingency that will, the elephant in the room is if anything comes back unfavorable, they're not going to give us the permit to move forward. This process started, I think, late, I'm going to say October last year, maybe September. We didn't have enough time to get all the documentation in, so that's why it kind of bled over into the time frame that we are now, because our window of build, any window to build on the waterfront, when you're building any structure out into it, is typically between like December and February because of the spawn. So that's sort of where we're in this planning stage at this point. And I agree, and I think the mayor kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier. There will be input and discussions with the public. I had a conversation with Mr. Behrman last week and again today. There was a ball that got dropped where Mr. Seipold was to get in contact with both Mrs. Behrman and also the association. And unbeknownst to Mr. Seipold, Bayland, who is our contractor for this project, moved forward and without Mr. Seipold's knowledge until after the fact. So I think we have some homework to do on our end, the city does, and then provide some level of detail on what the logic and the thought process was. And then are there alternatives that would find a solution that makes everybody on both sides happy. So I can tell you from my perspective, I was a waterfront property owner, and the city came and built piers on the north and south side of me. And did I have some current concerns? I sure did. The city was, they constructed the piers, and it was never an issue as far as what, with noise and bad people coming in or whatever, and boaters and all that sort of thing. So from that perspective, it worked well for us. And the city held to their word on how they were going to manage and operate and maintain the pier. Yes, I did have to start closing my blinds on the riverside of my house at nighttime. However, where I live now, I have to close my blinds at nighttime anyway, and when I live downtown. So, but anyway, I think, Mayor, we will move forward with, the administration will put forward an effort to get the Parks and Harbor Committee, working with the council president to get this moving forward, so we can kind of put this to bed this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Just two quick things. Okay. The time horizon was 2 weeks. I don't know why it was a magical number, and I think part of the panic of everybody is like, we only have 2 weeks to get this done before so on. Can we feel comfortable with time for feedback, what type of use possibly the community would like? Not only Seneca Point, but the community as a whole would like for that area that might work best for the community, even if it includes people outside of our community. But what would work for the community? Can we say as a group that, all right, there's no hard 2-week period and so on. And part of that was, Patrick said that Bayland in his opinion, should have notified everyone rather than just 2 people.
Correct.
So can we, this is a question, can we feel comfortable that there could be ample time and no hard deadline to discuss this, to come as a group together as a harmonious thing and come to something that works for everybody? And there should be something there, but what is it? Not for me to say, it's for the community to decide.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I would say the 2-week requirement during the permitting process, the application process, that's a requirement from the permitting agency. So the 2-week turnaround is theirs. Now, as Ms. Rehrman said earlier, the HOA has not been officially notified at this time, so the clock can't start ticking until they are officially notified. So I think the prudent thing to do would, again, with council president and council involved and the Parks and Harbor, get a meeting together. From that meeting, we'll decide whether we're going to move forward in the Green Street direction or some other direction. Then that permitting process would kick in, and then the letters would go out to the proper folks, and then it would kind of take a life of its own there. So the 2-week deal that's out there right now is
Let's not get officially notified until after the meeting.
it's a moot issue at this point because the proper notifications haven't been made.
Terrific. Okay. Different subject. Some very good things by Mr. Fair. Very excited about what he had to say. Can I understand the reasoning for putting the new visitor center inside the Opera House? I just didn't understand why that would be there rather than where it currently is, or maybe the flower shop, which I was very excited. I would always pass by and see all the development that's going on and go in there, but those seem like 2 really good places rather than the Opera House that most people just think it's part of the firehouse.
I'd be happy to weigh in on that because that was a collective idea of my administration, which I thought was a good idea. I still think it's got its merits. But the current visitor center used to be the old police station. I know a lot of people in this room probably will know that. It used to be the police station for City of Havre de Grace. There's some issues with that building. For example, one that has a double roof in it. That leads to some issues with leaking, mold, things like that we have to deal with from time to time. It's not made to be a visitor center. Now, we did try about a year and a half ago to get plans to renovate the visitor center. We wanted to gut it out in the inside and open it up and, just have like really nice, huge TVs and, displays for people to see, like a lot of the things about Havre de Grace, like a visitor center you would imagine, built to be a visitor center. And on the back, we wanted to have a really nice public restroom because that's one thing that's really missing from the downtown area is a nice free public restroom in that spot. So we thought maybe $450,000 would completely renovate that old building and put nice restrooms on it. And I don't know if all the contractors are just getting fat and happy from all the post-COVID money, but just the bathrooms alone came back at $500,000. We're looking at $900,000 to redo that whole visitor center, and that was just a price we knew that was ridiculous. I mean, we used to be able to buy a nice home in Bully Rock for $500,000. We can't even get bathrooms for that down here. So we kind of abandoned the idea for a little bit, but we also did not abandon the idea of a world-class comfort station, like a nice area for bathrooms. So we thought about tearing the building down, but leaving part of it up and constructing nice restrooms. But let's talk about the Opera House. The Opera House is a building that pretty much sits empty most of the days of the week. At least the lobby does. It's air conditioned. It's on. No one goes in it. There's a room inside of it. Some rooms that aren't being used. And the idea of the proposal, as a proposal, was if we moved, it would have a daytime use and a nighttime use to the building. During the daytime, it could house, there's plenty of offices in there. It could house the tourism manager. The full lobby could be done in a way in which we have, rack cards and brochures on the sides that also complement the things that are going on inside the Opera House. But one of the reasons I like the idea a lot was because right now, most of the people that go to the Opera House are just the people that know it's the Opera House. And we see a lot of repeat customers. But I thought that if people came to our town and they knew that was a visitor center, and it shares the same parking lot as the current visitor center behind it, they would walk in and say, wow, this is amazing. I've never actually been in here before. Oh, look, here's what's coming up. And we'd have a box office right there. People could buy tickets. We thought it would get more exposure, more use of the Opera House, and more use of a government building that is hardly being used at all. It was a proposal of a 5-point plan that I came up with that we have to do to address parking. With this downtown restoration project, we have to alter our parking scheme. As you probably know, we're going from diagonal parking to parallel parking on Washington streets, the 2 blocks. We'll probably most likely end up with a net gain of parking, but we're going to have parking in different areas of the town, like make, one street one way and all this other stuff. There's a lot of things that were in my 5-point proposal. But one of the things in my 5-point proposal was to use, take the visitor center and put it in the Opera House. Wasn't funded, wasn't voted on. It was just a proposal. It seemed to got a lot of people interested in it very, very quickly. And so I just, I'm just using your question to answer something I haven't actually addressed yet, was why were we thinking about doing that? And I just answered why we're thinking about it.
I always like to see both sides of things, because I only saw why to leave it someplace that's fully visible and easy to find versus someplace obscure.
Just an idea. Everything's still on the table.
You did explain it to me. You know what I mean? That was my thing.
Sure.
This is visible, people find it, you know where it is, you could see it. Can't find the Opera House. So you're gonna have to put, if you decide to go forward with that, you're gonna have to put a lot of signs up, because people won't see it or know if they're visiting. A lot of signage.
Sure.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Not a problem. Thank you very much,
By the way, I'm
sir.
gonna share a picture of a book in the email I send from Leon Nicholas Callis, who moved to Brooklyn right now, of the Havre de Grace photo album that shows a pier off of Seneca that got demolished and taken away. I'd love someone to teach me why it's still not there.
I have the book in my office. I know the pier you're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. Good evening. Welcome, sir. May we please have your name and address for the record?
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Miller. I live at 215A Seneca Way.
Welcome, sir.
I had a long-winded speech thought out here, but I think I'm going to spare you guys of that tonight. We've been here long enough. I just want to say that I do have some very serious environmental concerns about the proposed transient pier. I do have a question. Yeah, they said that the Maryland Department of Environment has to come out and do surveys to see if there's submerged vegetation there and whether or not that there's going to be, adverse effects of that are, unreasonable. When is that going to happen? Because you're talking about a time frame between November and February. The construction has to occur. Are we going to conveniently wait until November when the submerged aquatic vegetation that is there dies off for the winter?
I don't think MDE works that way.
I hope not. But
and I don't think that they would even entertain that, because it wouldn't give a true picture of what's there. But I don't have that date, and I wouldn't know that, but Mr. Seipold would.
All right. Very good. I think we do have a lot of things that we need to, get together and talk about on this proposed project here, but I just want to go on the record and say at this point, at least, I'm very much opposed to it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, who else wishes to speak? Any comments from the council? Councilmember Robertson.
I was just going to ask if we could take a recess before getting into the legislative portion.
Okay, yeah, I need to use the restroom. Everybody needs to use the restroom. I know we have a presentation coming up from our A-team over here. Mind waiting 5 more minutes? Okay, council, any objections to a break?
I'm sorry, I thought she had something to say. She has something to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Shenanigans has something to say. My apologies, I thought you were, okay, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to all the citizens that have come out tonight. We do hear your concerns, and sometimes when it seems like we're looking away and losing contact, we're taking notes. We hear you, and we thank you for, being brave and coming out and representing your community. Havre de Grace is your home, it's our home, and we all want to live peaceably together. So thank you again for coming out tonight.
And on that note, real quick, I do want to echo Councilmember Shenanigans' comments. I appreciate everyone's civility. I know there's a lot of people in the room tonight because they're very concerned about a topic. I appreciate your civility, your choice of words, and you're being listened to. Everyone up here works for everybody. So, and you'll be hearing from us, and we'll get some more input, and we'll take it one step at a time, right? Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The time is now 9:02. We'll be back at 9:10. Ladies and gentlemen, we're returning back to the August 21st council meeting. Time is 9:18 p.m. And we're going to go to item number 7. We're rolling along here. We have an appointment to the Historical Preservation Commission, and the liaison to that esteemed commission is Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we reappoint Mr. Jim Nemeth to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jones. I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, a second from Councilmember Boger. Questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The reappointment to Mr. Jim Nemeth to the Historic Preservation Commission carries 6-0 in affirmative. Thank you, Council. Mr. Nemeth is a good man and a great volunteer of our city, and he's a good asset to the Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you. Number 8, recognitions. We have no recognitions this evening. Number 9, proclamations. We already proclaimed earlier the Havre Grace Little League Senior Girls Softball All-Star Team is awesome. And that takes us to number 10, presentations. And we have a wonderful presentation tonight on the update of the Opera House, Star Center, and the Parks, Events, and Recreation organization of our city. I'd like to call forward Bambi Johnson to the podium. Good evening, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President, Council, Administration. I'm Bambi Johnson, Chief of Parks, Events, and Recreation. This is our team. Barbara Hartzell, who is our Programming Manager. Bob Denton is Technical Operations Manager. And Kylie Ernest is our Administrative Assistant and our Marketing Coordinator, and she is the face of the Star. If you've been to any of our events, you see that she does all the introductions. We actually have a presentation for you today, and she will do the introduction to that. But first, I want to give you a little bit of background. The Parks, Events, and Recreation team is responsible for the Star Center and more recently the Opera House, as well as all city-produced events with the exception of First Fridays and the Christmas Parade. We organize, coordinate, produce, and staff the Mardi Gras Parade, the Ice Festival, which is back for 2024, yay, Defenders Day, the Waterfront Festival, Oktoberfest, and the fireworks display for the Independence Day celebration and other city events such as Defenders Day. Tonight, we're here to focus mainly on the Star Center, which opened its doors a little over a year ago with our first concert. We want to provide you with an update on where we've been and where we are going. As you know, a feasibility study was completed in January of 2022. The anticipated improvements to the entire building amounted to over $40 million. Daunting. The Star was a sleeping giant. Wake it all at once, and it's going to be very hungry and irritable. But there was no way that this city could feed $40 million to that giant. So the decision was made to wake her gradually. City Council tasked us with coming up with a 4-year plan to stand her up, make improvements, turn a profit, programming-wise, and so we submitted a 4-year profit and loss assumption, which Council approved. We are proud to report that after a little over a year, that we not only are on task with that P&L assumption, but we are ahead of task in most of the areas. I think you all have that P&L, and if you have any questions about it, please don't hesitate to come see me. Throughout the course of setting our wheels in motion, we have heard grumblings about the rental fees, as you have. I would like to take a minute to address that, just to give you a little more in-depth on how we handled that. When Ordinance 1102 was put into place setting our fee structure, please be assured it was after extensive research into comparable facilities to the Star and to the Opera House. We took into consideration the fees of our very own community center and the existing fees at the Opera House. And let me take a moment to let you know that the fact is the Opera House fees only went up by $75. And that $75 represents the rates on our housekeeping contract. So that's where that came from. The Star is on par, and in almost all cases, below every other facility's rental fees of its kind. Trust me, I dearly love theater, nonprofits, and recreation programs. They've been my whole life. I would like nothing better than to give away space for these great causes. Additionally, I've been in this business for 54 years. Yeah, 54. And I worked with a huge range of people in this field. Many still come to me inquiring about free or discounted rates when they learn that there's a new facility under the purview of an old friend. But the fact is, City Council not only tasked us with a 4-year plan that would allow the Star to pay for herself operationally and not burden our taxpayers, but they passed Ordinance 1102 to protect that plan and the taxpayers. We must charge rent to pay our bills. It's just a fact of life. The presentation you're about to see will show what the Star has been doing this past year. From once-a-month tribute bands to variety and original acts in the theater, to sports, conventions, and dances in the gymnasium, and of course pickleball in the auxiliary gym. Our add-in summer camp program that grew by 200% this year. And of course, having over 850 kids from the Parks and Rec Department each week in our gymnasiums Monday through Friday from November through March playing basketball and wrestling. We have thrived and we have loved it. Our building is busy all of the time now, and exciting things are on the horizon. On the rehab side, we have a new lighted sign over our main entrance so everyone can find us, and we have a new gym floor. We are currently getting bids for new theatrical lighting, a permanent sound system, new theater curtains, and a lobby floor. These new upgrades are funded by a $500,000 bond bill we were awarded through the Maryland General Assembly, vigorously supported by Senator Mary Delaney James and Delegates Steve Johnson and Andre Johnson, and for which we are extremely grateful. So at this time, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Kylie, the face of the Star, who will introduce our video presentation, and she is way more interesting to listen to than me. Kylie.
Thank you, Bambi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and also our city administrators. I'm Kylie Ernest. I stand before you tonight with boundless enthusiasm and a heart filled with pride as I reflect on the remarkable growth we have achieved in just a little over 1 year of operation at the Star Center. From the day that we opened our doors, we knew we were embarking on a journey to transform the former high school building and to create a vibrant and inclusive hub of cultural and recreational activities for our beloved community. And what a journey it has been. We started with one main city employee leading the charge, Bambi Johnson. She was a woman up for the challenge of managing not only the Star Center, but your favorite city-produced events as well, in her role as Chief of Parks, Events, and Recreation. Bambi is incredibly qualified, having been in theater since 1970 with 54 years of experience as a performer, choreographer, director, and even venue manager of theaters, gyms, and studios. She's also a producer. She has been a Broadway World winner for the past 11 years straight, a massive honor with awards like Best Director, Best Choreographer, and even Best Scenic Design. Bambi was featured in the National Who's Who among dance directors. She has worked with celebrities like Tony Danza, Danny DeVito, Salt-N-Pepa, and NSYNC. But that's not all. Bambi's experience is as diverse as it is impressive. She was an NFL cheerleader for 7 years and has been featured in American Dance and Cheer magazine. Bambi's experience extends beyond the stage and into the realm of production. She served as a member of the Pro Bowl halftime production team for 4 years. Bambi was on the production team for the original Transformers full-length animated movie. So cool. As well as Romper Room and also My Little Pony. You may be familiar. How cool is that? She has produced national cheer competitions for the past 20 years, designing their sets and creating their large-scale digital media. Bambi has such a heart for the Havre de Grace community. having served as executive director for the Havre de Grace Alliance and being on the board of the Havre de Grace Arts Collective. She is invested in this city and its future. Her depth of knowledge, her unwavering commitment to artistic excellence, and her boundless creativity make her an invaluable asset as the leader of our team. So as the Star Center's audience numbers and the scope of our projects continue to grow, we've expanded our team with the addition of 3 new staff members. The Opera House was also added under the umbrella of Parks, Events, and Recreation at this time. So now we have the Star, the Opera House, as well as some events underneath of our department's umbrella. So when we got the Opera House on board, we also got the gift of Barbara Hartzell. She was brought on as our programming manager for both venues. Barbara has a rich and diverse background in theater, having performed, stage managed, and directed both professionally and locally since 1986. Barbara brings a wealth of experience and a deep passion for the arts to her role as programming manager. Barbara's commitment to nurturing young artists is truly commendable. She founded the drama program at Mountain Christian School. She directed all of their productions, all while teaching middle school drama, which is a challenge. She also co-founded the theater program at Dance With Me School of Dance. Barbara's expertise and her commitment to the arts are evident in her work as an arts administrator for the Pumpkin Theater and Milburn Stone Theater, and as a former board member of Liberty Showcase Theater and Tidewater Players. Barb served as the administrator and theater production manager for the Havre de Grace Arts Collective. She has a long history of intimately knowing the arts scene in Havre de Grace. Barbara's incredible contributions to the arts for over 3 decades have truly shaped the theater landscape in Havre de Grace and beyond, and we are so lucky to have her on our team. One of those 3 new employees is myself. So hi again, I'm Kylie Ernest. I grew up performing here in Harford County. This is my home. This is where I found my passion for the arts and for arts advocacy and administration. I was proud to be a part of the Opera House's opening weekend events after their renovation. I was invited to perform in a masterclass workshop that week with Broadway's E.J. Zimmerman in 2017. So it was awesome to be part of that Opera House journey. I graduated from Rider University in 2022 with my BFA in musical theater and a minor in arts and entertainment industries management. During my time at Rider, I coordinated a mentorship program for fine and performing arts students and starred as Sally Bowles in a main stage production of Cabaret, directed by Broadway's T. Oliver Reed. I balanced rehearsals, classes, and a paid internship at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts in New York City. My time at Lincoln Center lasted a full year, and I was able to work with 2 different departments, marketing and fund development. Within my role in fund development, I furthered donor outreach for the $550 million renovation of David Geffen Hall. I maintained CRMs with demographic and financial information on current and potential donors, all while maintaining their privacy. I then transitioned to Lincoln Center's marketing department, where I orchestrated a design campaign for the Art of Wellbeing Workshop Series. My work was featured on digital signage throughout New York City, which is really cool. I amplified our 300+ Summer for the City events via community outreach, e-blasts, and social media influencer partnerships, cultivating new and diverse audiences. At the end of my internship, I conceptualized and pitched an innovative solution for expanding accessibility in the arts and culture sector to a panel of industry leaders. I had the immense honor of being invited back to Lincoln Center to conduct interviews and application reviews for the incoming internship class. I prioritized equitable practices to find candidates aligned with Lincoln Center's mission and their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I came right back to Harford County after I graduated, and I have been so thrilled to be able to use my administrative and marketing skills to give back to a community that gave me so much throughout my journey as a young artist and creative. You can find me answering phones for the Opera House and the Star Center, introducing national acts on stage, and running all around the city of Havre de Grace with posters, flyers, and yard signs. I am proud to be an administrative assistant for the city of Havre de Grace while doing marketing and social media for our beloved Opera House and Star Center. The third team member that got added, Bob Denton, is our technical operations manager. He has 35 years of experience in technical theater. Bob has been performing and doing technical work in Harford County, more specifically at our own esteemed Havre de Grace Opera House since he was 12 years old, many years before the Opera House's renovation. Since starting his career in technical theater, Bob has been the technical director for Milburn Stone Theater, a 450-seat regionally recognized theater at Cecil College. He then expanded his expertise by working as a technical director in the Chesapeake and Amos theaters at Harford Community College, as well as the 3,000-seat APG FCU Arena, hosting and organizing tech for impressive acts such as the World Wrestling Federation and Todrick Hall. Bob's dedication to his craft is evident through his certifications and his accolades. He is QLab certified and is currently working towards his ETCP rigging certification. His scenic design work has earned him multiple Broadway World Awards, showcasing his exceptional talent and his creativity. Additionally, as an acclaimed freelance designer with over 50 show credits in both scenic and projection design, Bob has consistently proven his ability to bring artistic visions to life. Before coming to Havre de Grace, Bob worked as the technical director for the Bryn Mawr School in Baltimore, a nationally acclaimed private girls' school where he taught students from preschool through 12th grade about technical theater, and he ran the 450-seat Centennial Hall, a space often used for public forums and visits by celebrity speakers such as Senator Kristen Gillibrand and Ravens coach John Harbaugh. Bob is now coordinating fireworks for some of our city-produced events like Independence Day. Super fun. With his extensive experience and his vast knowledge of technical theater, Bob Denton is an invaluable asset to our team. His passion for the industry and his commitment to excellence make him our ideal technical operations manager. We have grown, and the amount of people that we've been able to serve as a team has grown. In this short span of time, the Star Center has truly become a shining star, attracting people from near and far to experience the diverse and exhilarating offerings that we have in store. Our team has been overwhelmed by the positive response to our programming. But behind every success story and every milestone achieved, there is a community that has joined hands and supported us every step of the way. It is your unwavering belief in our vision that has fueled our growth and inspired us to reach new heights. Our staff works very hard each day to be good stewards of the city's resources and to honor the trust that they have placed in us to make these venues successful. I'm really proud to be part of such a powerhouse team. So now I'm going to show you a little progress report of how things have been going since we opened as the Star Center. As you see these metrics of our growth, know that each and every one is thanks to the Havre de Grace community. You are how we know that we are successful in our mission. Every ticket that you buy, convention that you attend, post that you like, sporting practice or dance dress rehearsal you drop your child off for, you are contributing to the Star Center's role as the vibrant heart of our Havre de Grace community. And of course, we would not be here at all without the support of our mayor, our amazing city council, and our wonderful city administrators. The investment that you all have made into the arts and culture of Havre de Grace is so valuable to this community. Thank you so much for your unwavering support and for being the driving force behind our growth in this incredible first year of operation. The future is bright, and together we will continue to shine as the Star Center. So this is what we've been up to. Alrighty, so that was our progress report on what we've been up to over at the Star Center. So as I mentioned earlier, we are so grateful to have Bob Denton as we continue to elevate the technical aspects of our performances and continue to provide unforgettable experiences for our audiences at both venues. So I'm thrilled to share some exciting updates about the technical enhancements at the Star Center. Bob has been working diligently to create an even more immersive and awe-inspiring experience for our incredible community. So let's dive right in. First and foremost, you'll notice a new level of visual splendor with our sourced projection, as well as display televisions in the lobby. These additions will provide captivating pre-show displays that set the stage for the incredible performances that await you. But that's not all. We've completely reorganized the technical aspects of our shows, starting with the reclamation and restoration of our tech booth. This means our talented lighting technicians will have an upgraded network structure that will enhance their ability to create mesmerizing lighting effects. Plus, we've introduced a temporary wireless lighting control system, removing those pesky cables from the center of the house and giving our amazing audience an unobstructed view. Accessibility is, of course, a top priority for us, and that's why we've updated the Star Theater to meet the current code requirements. Now everyone can fully enjoy our performances. And speaking of sound, we have some fantastic news. We've created a new front-of-house mixing area for our talented sound technicians. Now they have a comfortable and professional space to work their magic and to deliver the best audio experience possible. But wait, there's even more to celebrate. As you saw in our little presentation, our gym floors, both in the main gym and the auxiliary gym, have received a fabulous makeover with a stunning refinishing job. And whether you're dancing, playing sports, or simply enjoying a community event, you'll do it with style and grace over at the Star Center. But that's not all. We did not forget about our rentals from local groups. We've dedicated a build and staging space just for them, ensuring that they have the support that they need to shine on our stage. And now we're going to talk about sound. We recently ran an amazing sound system demonstration, which allowed us to secure a discounted cost on new equipment that will be included in an upcoming sound system bid. So get ready for unparalleled audio experiences that will make every performance at the Star unforgettable. Looking ahead, we are focused and excited on what's to come. Currently, we're in the process of a lighting RFP, a request for proposals, to replace our existing rental package. We have an on-site meeting with bidders scheduled for next week, and it's a really exciting step for us towards a bright and dazzling future over at the Star. As we continue our journey towards excellence, we're exploring various options to elevate our space even further. We're actively shopping for new curtains that will enhance the visual spectacle of our performances, and we're sourcing options for a lift that will eliminate the need for repeated lift rentals, ultimately streamlining our operations and making everything run even smoother. All of these updates and ongoing improvements are part of our commitment to you, the vibrant and diverse community that makes the Star Center shine. We want you to have an exceptional experience every time that you step through our doors. So come on over and join in the fun, connect with your fellow community members, and take advantage of the incredible amenities that we have to offer. We hope that these videos will give you a comprehensive understanding of the wide range of projects and events that we undertake as a team. Our commitment to preserving, celebrating, and elevating the arts and culture in our city is unwavering, and we really could not do it without all of your support. So thank you, and we have one last video that's the Opera House and events side of things, and then Bambi will do a little closing. Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes our presentation and our update on the Star Center. We hope to continue these updates on an annual basis. They won't be quite as long now that we have planted the seed. We just now need to tend to the garden. We just want everybody to know what we're up to and what we're doing. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council President, City Council Administration, for all of your support and your guidance throughout this past year. And thank you for your faith in us. We love this city, and we are so grateful for the opportunity to be a part of its continued growth and success. Thank you.
Bambi, thank you very much, and your team. First of all, I'm going to open up the floor. Any council members have any comments or questions? We'll start with Councilmember Boyer.
Hi. Wonderful presentation. And by the way, in case anybody doesn't know, there's one particular person maybe standing behind Bambi that was maybe the employee of the quarter, by the way.
Yes. And now you know why.
Right?
And now you know why.
Excellent presentation. Just a couple of just generic over questions just to make sure that we answer questions that have come to us. Up to the bond bill. How much was that total?
$500,000.
And that is to go for the curtain, new floor in the hallway, and was it the sound system or the lighting?
Sound system and lights.
And lights. Okay, so all of that. And that is to be completed by?
We're hoping it's all completed by January.
By January, okay.
We have a window between December 20th and January 20th where we had not programmed anything. So we kept that open.
Now, when you have productions come in, generally, what is the role that you and your employees play? Will you be producing Sweeney Todd or?
No, we are hands-off.
Okay.
We hired a production group of Broadway veterans. They came in, they conducted the auditions. They are casting as we speak. They were meeting tonight to cast. They will run all of the rehearsals. All we did was pay for the rights for the show, and we pay for the Broadway veterans, and we get all of the ticket sales. So it's just like programming an event in the Star Center. It is something that used to be done years ago by Maryland Arts Festival. They used to put up community theater, and once a year they would bring in Broadway directors, choreographers, music directors, to give the community theater folks a chance to work with somebody of that caliber and to find out what it's really like to work in that kind of a situation. And it also provides a springboard for any of those who may want to pursue a Broadway career, and it gives them resources and an in. So for some reason, about 15 years ago, it stopped happening, 15, 20 years ago. Well, Maryland Arts Festival closed down, so that's probably the biggest reason why. And we just thought, while we were brainstorming, or as Steve would say, spitballing one day, we thought, why don't we bring this back? Why don't we resurrect this? Because we don't want to produce community theater. There are community theaters in our area. There are plenty of theaters. I work for many of them. But let's offer something different, think outside the box. So we thought about when they used to do that. My husband used to be a part of it. And we said, let's see if it works. We'll see. If it's a hit and it takes off and we make lots of money, maybe it's something we do on an annual basis.
So you talked about the bond bill. What other kinds of opportunities are you pursuing, either through local foundations, state foundations, or statewide, like government funding, or even national funding? What things are you pursuing? And can you also talk maybe a little bit more about how you're trying to hit not just the performing arts, but the other arts?
Yes, we have, well, I'll start with performing arts, because we're looking into some of the, like Maryland State Arts Council, who sponsor you, they give you money to put toward productions. We're looking into that, and in fact have all the information that we need to start applying for that. We have to wait for the window. We are working on sponsorships and people to sponsor specific shows. We were just Sunday talking to Hartford Bank about possibly sponsoring 2 of our productions this year, which would be great. And what they'll do is take the burden of the expense of the artist off of us in return for some tickets for their employees as a promotion. So we're doing that. We have been working with Parks and Rec, and Tracy, I was working with Tracy for quite a bit about community and kids programming and how we can bring that in and where we can get funding for that. She was looking into funding for us to bring kids into the other side for community service. We did a lot of collaboration on our summer camps with the STEM program and the coding programs. They were outside organizations who wanted to invest in our summer camps. So they brought those in. We advertised it, we got the students for them, and then we worked hand in hand with them. The same thing with Tidewater Players. The theater camps were in association with them. So a lot of collaborating at this point and a lot of research into additional funding, whether it be sponsorships or grants or just being sanctioned by the Maryland State Arts Council or the Harford County Arts Council.
2 more questions. Looking at your performances, can you say, is there a trajectory of attendance increasing?
Definitely.
And
Stop by my
what would you
office. Yes.
estimate or spitball?
I don't have to spitball because stop by our office. I have a big whiteboard outside my office, and every production we've done, I put the ticket sales on there. So we have watched it go from 128 up, well, our free concert was 672 people, but that's free, so that's why. But we've watched it go from an average of 128, it jumped really fast to about 250 to 300, and now we are cresting 450 and pushing 500 for all of our upcoming events. So we're watching it climb, and it's so exciting to see that.
And my final question, and probably the most important question for most of the women in Havre, Grace, what is the plan for the bathrooms?
That is in our plan to have renovations done. It's not in this fiscal year. We submitted our capital budget plan, and it wasn't part of what got through. So next year, we will try again. We try to keep up with it. They did some renovations in there.
You need more.
We do. I agree, and it needs to be, and I think it would be nice to be a little more luxurious and updated. But like I said, if you wake the giant all at once, she's hungry and irritable, just like me. So we're waking her slowly and gently, and we will get there. I think we brought it to a place where it's presentable. We will take it to a place where it's posh eventually. It's just not this
even
year.
any opportunity, maybe as your attendance grows, because you know there's a short period of time during intermission to stand in line, to maybe even bring in nice portables in the outside, or is that even a possibility?
When you were there, we do open the door between the theater and the gym so that you can use the bathrooms over there as well.
No, that wasn't open.
It didn't happen?
I was there.
Which concert was it? Because I open them every time I'm there. And I run over and I gather people and I make them follow me. It's okay.
Which one is that?
It's okay. We will make sure it's open. But we do that for the... And we usually go over there and switch the men's room into a women's room. So there's 2 women's rooms over there. We change the plaque on the outside.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you very much for that presentation. Well done.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir.
Council President?
Excellent presentation. I just got one question.
Okay.
When can we get a Black Sabbath cover band?
I'll work on that right now. Mayor Martin asked for you too. We made it happen. We'll make Black Sabbath happen for you. Do you want all of Black Sabbath or just Ozzy?
Oh, Dio is not Black Sabbath. We've established that. So just the Aussie Black Sabbath. I actually want more pigs. Yeah.
You got it. It will happen. I still have 3 more months to program in for calendar year 2024, so we'll get it in there.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bambi,
Thank you.
Kylie, Barbara, and I'm sorry, I forgot your name, sir. Bob, we haven't worked together, but thanks for all you guys do, and for being here so late. Is there, what is the strategy for marketing the 1,000-seat auditorium to outside groups? Like, for example, there are about 4,000 concerts between Philly and DC every year. Are we actively marketing our venue to promoters that put those shows on, or are we just contracting bands at this point?
No, we are actively marketing. All of our bands that come in from this promoter, those bands promote us as well. They put the Star Center on their websites. They throw out all the advertising where they're going to be. We become part of their tour. So that promotion is happening, and we are even taking it a step further. Well, we've got, to back up a little bit, on a smaller scale, we do the billboards. I don't know if you have to have seen them. But we were very lucky. We've added an extra billboard. We went from 4 to 5. We now have one in Cecil County. And we actually got the rate to come down. So we went from 4 to 5 billboards with a lower rate. We do the lawn signs. We do radio and TV. We do email blasts, social media. And Barbara, interestingly enough, I'm going to grab you, sorry, just had a meeting with Laurie and tourism, and I'll let her talk a little bit about the bus tours that they were talking about.
Yeah, and just
oh, go ahead.
No, I'm talking about marketing.
Oh, okay.
The rental of the space, not so much the cover bands that we've already contracted with.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I get emails all the time from people saying, hey, we're playing in Annapolis, we're playing in Philly, we're looking to fill this particular night. A lot of times we're programmed, so we can't do that, and it hasn't been any of the like big names, not ones that I know anyway, but I think that's how Chris Pinella came to us. And were there any others? I feel like there was at least one other. But so no, I have not done anything actively like that, trying to say, oh, this person's playing here, this person's playing there, let me try and grab them. Just because we haven't had the space open for it, but they are coming to us, and that is starting to happen.
Okay.
And I think what we're trying to get at too, I think what you're asking is about outside groups renting, not us programming. Is that correct? Am I seeing?
I think it's two sides of the same coin.
Okay.
In some respects. So you've mentioned that you're working with a promoter now, and I assume that they have.
We work with several.
Okay. And with those, I mean, I really got to be honest with you, these cover bands are not doing it. I think that the financials would speak to that, right? And I want to make sure that, like, we're not just keeping our sights set on such a small thought process, and maybe we're looking at the bigger names or names, period.
And it was our intention when we started in the first year to try to stand up with cover bands. So we created the Rock the Star concert series. It is a staple. We will do one cover band a month. The cover bands have been making between $5,000 and $8,000 now, each one of them. In the beginning, no, we lost some money. But at the end, we recouped it and then some. So they are paying for themselves, which is good, and it's getting our name out there, and it's getting people into the venue. We also have to think about the aesthetics of the venue too. When people pay for these ticket prices, they're going to want to come into a nice place. So we had to slowly get to that place. We are getting there. We are taking the next step. We are going beyond tribute bands, although we're keeping one a month as part of the Rock the Star concert series, just so that we have bread and butter. But we're bringing in the Vampire Circus. It's a Cirque du Soleil thing. It's huge. It's 3 times the cost of the tribute band we're bringing in. We're bringing in Wizards of Winter, which is an original rock holiday like Trans-Siberian Orchestra group. We're bringing in Arts on Stage is coming in to do their shows for the schools and the field trips. So we're making that next step. This year, you will see 2 bigger named groups, and then next year, we hope to even go one step higher than that. It's just that we have to stay within our budget. And we can't afford to book a $40,000 band unless we think we can pay for it. We are also programming, we have a lot of programming outside the tribute bands too. Chris Pinella, United States Air Force Jazz Band, we have the Parkside Melody, Barbershop Quartet coming in, not the Barbecue Quartet.
I would be interested in that one, actually.
Yes, actually, that would be fun, wouldn't it? And then we do our dances too. I mean, we had the '80s prom. We're doing a disco theme in the gym next January, lighted floor and all. So we are going outside of that. When you program a venue, typically you program out 18 to 24 months. So when we get people called last minute and want to book something on a weekend, typically we would be booked. If we're not doing our job. And that's part of our mission, is to fill both of these venues all the time. So we're not just doing tribute bands. We're trying to steer away from those. And I know that people are starting to get tired of them, but we're not losing money on them.
Yeah, I'm looking at, your fall schedule, and it's a lot of things that are really interesting to me. Unfortunately, my weekends are now busy because on top of everything else, I have a business to run.
Yeah.
But I
do you-
recognize it's a pretty big gamble, to go out after some of the larger names. But I mean, speaking of spitballing, we were sitting in Budget and Finance Committee the other day, just like, okay, Dave Matthews, right? Still fairly relevant, hasn't had an album in probably 20 years, but he just played in Ocean City, and we were looking at, ticket prices for similarly sized theaters, 1,000-seat theaters, and they were $350, $400 a pop. People will pay that regardless of the aesthetics of the building, just because it is kind of an intimate setting. So just something to keep in mind. I wouldn't be deterred from maybe the cost of a larger touring artist, or situation like you're talking about for the fall.
Right.
I'm sorry, it is late on a Monday, and I am having trouble getting my thoughts together.
Me too. Sorry.
Where is Sweeney Todd playing? Is that the Opera
It's
House?
at the Opera House. It will be at the Opera House. We had an October weekend open because Scott Field was supposed to be in there, and then they dropped. Rogue Swan was supposed to be in there and then pulled. So we had this open weekend, and we needed to do something, and we happened to be talking about doing this Broadway veteran thing, and so the stars lined up and we made it happen.
So we contracted with somebody to run the show.
Yes.
So there's no rental there. We're hoping to make up our profits off just ticket sales alone at the Opera House.
When we rent the Opera House for a weekend, we have the potential to make, we usually rent it for 2 weekends when it's a show like that. So we have the potential to make $2,800. Right? 3 shows. So 20. So $4,200. We have the potential to make $8,000 to $10,000 on this show.
On ticket sales alone at the Opera House, even with the seat limitations.
Yes. The tickets are more expensive than the community theater tickets.
I would imagine.
Yes, they are. Community theater tickets are usually around $20. These are $40.
Okay. And you
But,
think you have enough space on that stage to do that? I guess they would know that, right?
Hey,
The
I
guys
put
running it.
SpongeBob on that space. That's a huge show. Yeah, they can do it. They should be able to do it. They should be creative enough, and we're paying them enough that they should be able to do that.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate that. I hate to use the word tenacity all the time, but again, it's 10 o'clock at night, so I
know.
appreciate the forethought and the gumption. There we go. To go after.
Remind me, and
show.
I will show you our list. We are taking a step up. We are in talks right now. I don't want to give away a whole bunch of stuff, but Village People, Baha Men, Toad the Wet Sprocket, Smash Mouth. We're talking with all of them right now.
Like the actual bands.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Not tributes. I have 3 pages of bands that I have been in contact with their promoters for our 2024 season next year.
Well, no, please share that stuff. That's the kind of stuff that I like to know,
I will send that list over to you. I sent it to Kylie. We were going to put it in the presentation, and then it was just so long we opted not to.
So we might be able to get the real Black Sabbath?
I don't know how entertaining they would be. But yeah, we
Shaka
have like
Khan.
Sheena Easton on that list. Quite a few. Quite a few stars.
Did you wish to speak? I did. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi there, great.
Hi.
Thank you for that presentation. It was really, really great. I just have a couple of questions for you. One is, what is something that you'd like to do differently or better?
Differently or better? That's a tough one. I don't know, because I'm so passionate and invested with what we're doing, and I believe in it so wholeheartedly that I don't know that anything else would be better at this point.
Right, at this point.
Is that,
okay.
is that self-centered? I don't mean to sound that way. I want to
Oh,
be
no,
humble,
you have
but I
a
like the
lot.
direction we're taking, and I feel
Okay.
good about it, and the numbers are proving it, I think.
And I know that you've talked a lot about different bands, cover bands, all of that, and a lot of that is for an older crowd.
Correct.
We have this, there are young people in Havre de Grace who may be in their 20s, maybe 30s, who want to stay, but say there's nothing to do. So have you been looking at bands and groups that might be attractive to a younger group?
We have, and in fact, on September 9th, Taylor Swift Experience, which is a Taylor Swift cover band, will be at the Star Center. And it's already selling like hotcakes, so you are correct. We do need to service our 20 and 30-somethings.
So sorry. Taylor Swift, I had to get up. As a 20-something, right, I'm in that target demographic and love entertainment and performance and everything like that. The tribute band aspect of the Taylor Swift experience would not be a deterrence. Those tickets are so expensive, so crazy to get. We have so many young people in this area that are like desperate to see that woman that can't. And so we're bringing in, she's really cool, she's young, she's like a singer-songwriter and has all her own music. And so we've been talking about, if this goes well, we'd love to bring this artist back and have her do originals as well. But as a 20-something, it doesn't deter me at all that it's a tribute band because I want to dance to all that music, and it's really hard to get tickets. So very excited for that and hoping that it brings in that demographic. But I feel like that's always what I'm advocating for because that's the lens that I see Havre de Grace through. And I think if this goes well, we definitely have the potential to build an audience that really loves us. And it's not just 20-somethings, like younger kids too, love Taylor Swift, so.
Right.
In addition, I do think, getting away from bands, I think we're offering a horror convention that's happening this coming weekend, and I think that's going to draw people of all ages. We even have a little Monsters Havoc area with monster face painting and all kinds of carnival games and things like that. So I think that things like that can be targeted toward younger kids and younger adults as well.
Great. And my last question is related to marketing. So you talked about that a little bit, but I wonder on social media, and in your presentation, you had how many followers or fans you've had on Instagram and Facebook. Is that growth organic, or are you, is there something else you're doing to promote on Facebook, to get the word out, to have a broader reach?
Well, we have promoted like crazy. We've saturated Facebook, we've saturated Instagram. We are not buying likes, but we are boosting our posts to get a broader audience, to send our tentacles out there. Kylie does all of that for us.
It's only $50 a show, so it's usually only one. Go ahead. It's usually only one boosted post per show. So if I'm looking at something like Taylor Swift, I want a bunch of people to come. I plan organic posts every week, multiple times a week, on multiple platforms, in multiple Facebook groups, posted on stories. We're friends with lots of mom groups and smaller things like that organically will post our stuff if they think it looks exciting. And then Bambi gives us this little budget for one boosted post for each show, and that stretches because you can choose the locations and the interests that you're boosting too. So we intentionally are stretching that reach to beyond Havre de Grace, and I think that's when we sometimes get people who are like, oh, we saw this ad on Facebook, so we drove here, and that's what we want, But a lot of it is organic. I think genuinely, as the word's getting out, more people are like, oh, we'll see what's going on there. But we do get some of those boosted posts, and I think that's eventually going to expand our reach a lot.
Yeah, that's great. $50 isn't bad. It gives you a lot. Thank you.
Per show.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Boger?
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, I'll keep it brief because we have a lot of legislation ahead of us, and I think we got to get home sometime around midnight, but that's cool. Kylie, I was present at the ambulance corps when I saw you get receive the award, the Employee of the Quarter, if I'm not mistaken, right? So congratulations to you. You are the bouncing cheerleader of the Star Center, apparently. Congratulations to that. Bambi, you and I have worked together for quite a few years. And with that being said, if you could sway towards some kind of something Elvis, that'd be great. I'm going to catch a hard time for that one. I know I am. So the presentation was great. I do not want a response on that. The presentation was fantastic, and thanks for that. So you start off with 9,000 star visitors at first, and then you ended with an accumulation of everything. 350 Instagram followers, I think, is what the slide. Pretty fast. I had to really write kind of quick. 1,698 camps served. That's a stat that should have hung up there a little bit longer. That's pretty incredible. It tells me that there's revenue being generated. I don't know how that's being captured, and maybe we'll. And I don't want it to be answered tonight, but I would like to know how we're feeding this. What did you say earlier? This hungry monster of the star. Hungry
Giant.
monsters do eat, and I don't need to know the answer now. 1,800 people. To the star was another comment. A total of 32,000, I think, was your total roll-up, and that include the police training as well, right? Which I regard that a lot. The billboards, they're really busy, really busy.
Okay.
I can't get. I would, if you guys could take a look at that, maybe the design of it, because you only get like that quick, right? Before,
Right.
I mean, billboards come that quick. But I love what you're doing there. The billboard, if it's some kind of, and they just look really busy. And so
Okay.
Johnny runs off the road because I'm old, right? So please work on some of that, right? Your accounting and your business model. I have to go visit your whiteboard and check that out. I like to see some of the numbers, right? I'm kind of a numbers guy. Support that. I know you're growing exponentially. I know you. I know your background with the fiduciary type mind that you have and so forth. And I know you're leading a great team out there. There's no question about that whatsoever. I know that the bond bill is also going to fund the Black Box and the Star Center. Is that a yes or no?
That is a yes.
Okay, thank you for that, yeah. So, little things like that, they kind of add up, so I need, the X and Y, right? Kind of help me out a little bit, though. But excellent presentation. Again, Kylie, congratulations, and congratulations to the entire team. Job well done. That's all I have, Mayor Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Boger. Councilmember Shenegis?
One last quick question.
Yes.
Is the Star Center considering any type of digital marquee out front to encourage folks when they're driving by to know what's going on?
Steve, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, so we actually had a mock-up brought in, and you might have seen it out there maybe was out there maybe a weekend or 3 or 4 days. So we had to make some business decisions over there, and that got cut. We put the star sign up, and then we decided to invest in the gym floors instead. So is it in the grand plan? Yes, it is. And it's out on Juniata Street. We've got the make, the model, everything picked out. Yep.
Wonderful, thank you. Inquiring minds from the citizens were asking.
Absolutely.
Finally, it's just you and me. No, I want to, again, I thank you very much to your team for being here. Wonderful presentation. It's about time, and I'm glad the timing was good to come and let the public know the progress of how the city has been maintaining and running the Star Center since we've acquired it, the ownership of it in August of 2021. So it's been 2 years. And if anybody remembers what it looked like when we got the keys to the building, it was a disaster. And I don't mean that to pick on Hartford or, my fine friends that teach at Havre High School, but it was a COVID year. They were told to go home, all the teachers, in March of 2020, and it was like a time capsule. And then they told every teacher in June of 2020, all right, you got 2 days to get your stuff and get out because we're moving to the new high school. And so everything was just left. And the cleanup that we did, the community volunteered to do it, so to use the gym. It's been a monumental effort in the last 2 years from what it looked like to what it looks like today. And outside, if folks at home listen to this, if you haven't driven by at night to see the beautiful sign out front, I mean, it's wonderful. It changes colors and everything. It says the Star Center. You're right. You started off your presentation with the feasibility study that we were given the grant money from the state to find out, how do we turn this into a regional conference center, performing arts center. And, you know, the pie in the sky estimate was north of $40 million. Well, that's, you know, that's almost 3 years worth of revenue for our city. I mean, we don't have the money to snap our fingers and do that. But, you know, I mean, the old saying, how do you, eat an elephant one bite at a time? And that's where we're here. We decided to take that approach, and Bambi, you and your team came up with a 4-year plan. And got to tell you, you're right. I mean, everything that you indicated, you're hitting the markers. And when we had our big, first concert on May 14, 2022, Almost Queen, right?
Yes, it was.
Who, by the way, is coming back on September 16th.
September 16th.
All right. And it's been amazing what we've been able to accomplish there at the Star Center. And I agree with a lot of comments from my colleagues up here, especially how we're going to build up with the quality of bands that we're going to bring in. It just takes time. It takes time. There's a lot of theaters on the East Coast of the United States, but every artist I've ever seen play there loves the Star Center. I'll never forget going to see Melissa Etheridge, October of last year. Mm-hmm. And at the end of her first song, she hit the chords 3 times, and she stopped and hit them again, and hit them again. She's like, wow, listen to that sound in here. Mm-hmm. Every artist says it's the most amazing acoustics that they've ever heard of. So the word's going to get out. And so it's not just the Star Center, it's the Opera House that we're responsible for, and the programming and the gymnasiums. You and your team, I'm really glad you had a chance to introduce your team to the general public, because this team's been assembled over the last year. And, and when you add in Jimmy Burrell, who's back there filming
That's right.
the council meeting, who's been doing theater since the early 80s, I mean, you have over 100 years of experience. So I want the citizens of Havre de Grace to know that the city council and the administration is very serious in its investment in the arts and entertainment of these buildings and the care and custody of it, that we assembled a very good team to take care of it. I've seen nothing but great comments from citizens that have seen plays. And another thing, too, we've had some very good acts come. I know the Fleetwood Macs come back, the Queens come back. Pretty much every band you've asked to come back has come back, right?
Yes, and others are asking to come back, but we're like, wait a little while.
So the
Yes.
transaction and the dealing with your staff and the building facilities, that's never deterred anybody from coming back, correct?
That's correct.
So, I mean, that's good that we're building that reputation, as a place to come perform. So listen, I mean, I think I think you get a great job. Love the videos. I would love to see something like this once a year. Just come back. And I think August is great, because that's when we took the keys of the building in August of 21, just do an annual report. Love the camps. The camps are great, so, and I remember that was your idea, and you stuck with it, and this year was amazing. So, okay, it's late, but all I want to say is you're all the best. Keep up the great work, and I'll be at the Shaka Khan this weekend.
Thank you.
And looking forward to it, okay?
Thank you. We appreciate it so very much. We
All
do.
right. Have a
Thank
good night,
you.
everybody. Thank you. Okay. We're all.
Thank you.
Okay, item 11, resolutions. We have one resolution this evening on the agenda, and I'm going to hand that off to Councilman Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, I move to approve charter resolution concerning amending sections pertaining to the Department of Economic Development under first reading.
Second.
Council, I have a resolution by Councilmember Robertson, second by Councilmember Shenanigans. This is a motion to introduce a charter resolution. Questions or comments on the introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce a charter resolution carries 6-0 in the affirmative. Charter resolution concerning amending sections pertaining to the Department of Economic Development. A resolution by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of the Maryland Constitution, Article 11E, the local government article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and the Havre de Grace City Charter, Sections 19 to amend Charter Sections 18C, 83, and 84, generally pertaining to the Department of Economic Development, retitling the Department of Economic Development, retitling the position of Director of Economic Development, amending the duties of the Director of Economic Development. Council, this will be known as Charter Resolution 296. For Charter Resolution 296, I have a motion to adopt Charter Resolution 296 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Robertson, second by Councilmember Shenegis. Questions or comments? Councilmember Robertson?
Just real quick, real brief. For the folks watching at home, this is basically just realigning the wording to align with the current Director of Economic and Development and Tourism's role and responsibilities, and all of the boards and committees and groups that she liaisons with in the charter.
Thank you, Councilmember Robertson. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Excuse me 1 second, sorry. I forgot, this is a roll call. Here we go. Roll call vote on Charter Resolution number 296. Councilmember Booker.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shenegis.
Yes.
By roll call vote of 6-0 in the affirmative, City Charter Resolution 296 passes on first reading. And the public hearing on that, Steve, public hearing, is that the next council meeting, or do we have a longer advertising requirement?
We do have a longer advertising. However, this should be Charter Resolution 295.
Oh. Okey-dokey.
According to the 296 is a charter resolution in development stage for council meeting locations and time.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right. Council, let the record show that I said this is Charter Resolution 296. I was incorrect. It's Charter Resolution 295. Charter Resolution 295. So the public hearing would be
September 18th.
September 18th. Okay, public hearing on Charter Resolution 295. Public hearing is going to be September 18th. Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, we're going to go to item 12, ordinances. We have an ordinance for second reading, ordinance 1113. Councilmember Shenegis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I move to introduce ordinance number 1113 concerning amending portions of Chapter 205 zoning, commercial and industrial districts in the second reading.
Council, I have a motion by Councilmember Shenegis. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Booker. This is a motion to introduce ordinance on second reading, ordinance 1113. Questions or comments on the introduction of the second reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce ordinance 1113 on second reading carries 6-0 in the affirmative. 1113 is an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution. The local government and land use articles of the annotated code of Maryland and sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter to amend portions of City Code 205 zoning. Council would have a motion to adopt ordinance 1113 on second reading.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Shenegis.
Second.
Second by the Council President. Questions or comments? Councilmember Shenegis.
This ordinance creates a new zoning district known as the Industrial District for our zoning code chapter.
Thank you, Councilmember Shenegis.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Council, we're going to do a roll call vote on ordinance 1113. Councilmember Shenegis.
Yes.
Councilmember Boger.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
By roll call vote of 6-0 in the affirmative, ordinance 1113 concerning amending portions of Chapter 205 zoning, commercial industrial districts is approved 6-0 on the second reading. Okay. Item B, ordinance 1114, 1114. Councilmember Robertson.
Oh, that's the one. Fellow council members, I move to approve upon second reading ordinance number 1114.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Robertson, seconded by Councilmember Jones. This is a motion to introduce ordinance 1114 on second reading. Questions or comments on the introduction of this ordinance? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce ordinance 1114 carries 6-0 on the affirmative. Council, this is ordinance 1114 concerning establishing tax credits for vacant lot conversions to public parking in a downtown business district. An ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article of the annotated code of Maryland, and sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter, to establish tax credits for the conversion of vacant lots in the city's downtown business district to public parking. Council, I have a motion to adopt 1114 on second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Robertson and seconded by Councilmember Boker. This is a motion to adopt 1114 on second reading. Any questions, comments, or amendments? Council President.
Mr. Mayor, Council, citizens all, due to much consternation from the public and because it's not necessary to the ordinance itself, I move to strike lines 81 through 97, which include the mayor's 5-point plan, from the ordinance. I make a motion to strike that.
Council, I have a motion by Council President to strike lines. What were the lines?
81 through 97.
Lines 81 through 97, which is basically the 5-point plan, which is it's not pertinent to the ordinance. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Boker. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Robertson?
Mr. Mayor, Council President, I would advise maybe striking the word "and" in line 79. Can you take that as a friendly to your amendment? So line 79, the very
last
end of that, it's "and," so then it just reads "therefore" instead of "and therefore." That's all.
Okay, so that would be lines.
As a friendly amendment. So I'm trying to find the exact ordinance. I have it all mixed up here.
Sorry, man, I know it's pedantic.
What was the number again? I apologize.
So line 79.
There it is.
It's on page 2.
And
And
strike the word "and" from line 79,
Yeah.
and then strike 81 through 97.
That's it.
Have I got no objections? To Council President's motion? Okay, Council President's motion and second by Councilmember Boker. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Council President's motion carries 6-0 in the affirmative. We're back on the question of the second reading and adoption. We have a motion by Councilmember Robertson, second by Councilmember Boker. Any other questions or comments before the roll call for 1114?
Line 131.
Hold on a second here. So, all right. Give me a moment.
I'll take a commercial break for a second.
That's right. So yeah, line 131 does include the language, but I'm trying to figure out exactly where to cut it off or where to start.
Maybe after the word necessary. To the word plan. To further the purposes of the 5-point parking plan, take that out potentially.
Yeah, so between necessary, so long. So that. All right, so I'll start by reading it, if I may, Mr. Mayor. It says,
Hold on 1 second. How about to put the word
all right,
mentioned elsewhere?
yeah.
Is that mentioned elsewhere? That's the point of the ordinance, right?
Havre Grace Restoration Plan is
Downtown
noted
Restoration
on
Project.
line 66.
All right, so it currently reads, line 129, number 2, the mayor may add additional reasonable terms and conditions to lease vacant property located in the city's Arts and Entertainment District for additional parking spaces as he deems necessary to further the purposes of the 5-point plan, so long as the term, as lease terms, tax credits, parking privileges, et cetera. So now it shall read, the mayor may add additional reasonable terms and conditions to lease vacant property located in the city's Arts and Entertainment District for additional parking spaces as he deems necessary to further the purposes of the downtown restoration project, so long as the lease terms and additional language. So that is my motion.
Striking 5-point plan for downtown restoration.
Correct.
Second.
Thank you for the catch in that, Casey.
Okay, so I have a motion by the council president, seconded by, I'm sorry, Councilmember Boyer. Questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, Council President, your amendment carries.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
I just have a point of discussion. It was brought up by a couple of members of the community with a concern that there is no checks and balances to this coming from the mayor's office, that it's solely the mayor's office that makes the decisions for entering into these leases. I don't necessarily think that we need to put it into legislative language, but maybe discussion as far as process, that council will be brought into the conversation before the mayor enters into any of these leases, just so that we can have a little bit of checks and balances to it.
Anything we enter into has to be approved by you. So, I mean,
What it
The
says.
lease would state mayor and city council, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
I just had,
So
this
then-
just authorizes my office to reach out.
reach out and do it.
Go ahead, Ms. Ishak.
So what would the process be?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, I think that was just to give the administration some flexibility in coming up with terms that may not be spelled out here, but the lease itself would still be approved by city council. That's my understanding.
Correct. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, any
I
final
just
say
wanna
is done by.
Make sure that it
done by the
was
council.
out there for conversation, because it was something that was brought up by several people. And it's valid. I don't necessarily think we need it in the legislation, but it does need to be part of the conversation.
I think there were some people out there that thought, once you approved it, it was a done deal. I could approve everything and just stamp it, but it's not how it works. All tax credits have to go through council. So, thanks for clarification. Any other questions or comments? We're still on the question for 1114.
No, just, I mean, it's all case by case. Yeah, right, I mean, as they come in, then they're presented through council, just as council had actually informed us, right? But Councilman, but you are correct. I mean, there are some people who have asked that question, and I've informed them that there is in fact a due process. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Council. Roll call vote on 1114. Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shenanigans.
Yes.
Councilmember Boger.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
By roll call vote, a 6-0 in the affirmative. Ordinance 1114 concerning establishing tax credits for vacant lot conversions to public parking in the downtown business district passes 6-0 in the affirmative. Okay, item C, ordinance 1115, second reading. Councilmember Boyer.
Mayor, I make a motion to introduce ordinance 1115 concerning changing the traffic pattern on Erie Street for second reading.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Councilmember Boyer, second by Councilmember Shenanigans. This is a motion to introduce ordinance 1115 on second reading. Any questions or comments on the introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ordinance 1115, an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article of the annotated code of Maryland and sections 33, 34, 65, and 66 of the Havre de Grace City Charter to change the traffic pattern on Erie Street. Council, to have a motion to adopt 1115 on second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Boyer, seconded by Councilmember Schnagus.
Boker.
What's that? Boker. Oh, Boker. Okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Boker. Second by Councilmember Boker. Questions or comments on 1115 before the roll call? Okay. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Schnagus?
Yes.
Councilmember Boker?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
And Councilmember Robertson?
Yes.
Ordinance 1115 concerning change of traffic pattern on Erie Street is adopted on second reading, 6-0 in the affirmative. We're going to go to item number D. It's a new ordinance up for first reading, and that's also Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to introduce an ordinance concerning amending the City Code 120, nuisance pertaining to graffiti, for first reading.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Councilmember Boyer, seconded by the Council President. This is a motion to introduce an ordinance pertaining to nuisance and graffiti. Questions or comments on the introduction of this ordinance? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce an ordinance dealing with the nuisance laws pertaining to graffiti passed 6-0 in the affirmative. This is an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article of the annotated code of Maryland, and sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter to amend City Code Section 120, nuisance. Council, this will be known as Ordinance 1118, 1118. Do I have a motion to adopt Ordinance 1118 on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Boyer and seconded by the Council President. Questions or comments? Councilmember Boyer?
Mayor, just to give a little bit of background about this, over the past several months, we have seen an increase of graffiti throughout the city. We met as a, like blanking out on what the name of or what the group that met. Public Safety met, thank you, to discuss it along with the Chief of Police and the City Attorney. We discussed ways that we could address it, thinking, the Chief of Police came up with a good swag at the first chat at it, but we really thought that the best place to put it within our city ordinances is within the nuisance ordinance. The whole purpose behind this is to be able to give our police department and the mayor's office several extra tools in their arsenal to address the issue. The biggest thing that will help us in regards to preventing the abundance of graffiti, expanding within our community, is people being aware of it, calling it in, and then going down the process of trying to figure out who's doing it, but most importantly, cleaning it up as soon as possible. And several places within this ordinance, it addresses the issue of cleaning it up, and it also holds people accountable for the graffiti. So we'll have ample time for public discussion of it at the public meeting. Any questions, please feel free to reach out to us in regards to it. It's not meant to hit any specific people, but more so, again, to give the mayor's office and the police department more tools so that we can nip it in the bud. It is becoming more and more visible, and it's something that it's not in line with who we are as a community. So with that, I just want to leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Boyer. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Booker?
Yeah, just one. I think it's important that we actually get this done and final, and we send a message to the perpetrators who are actually doing it, that we have a zero tolerance for this graffiti. And what it's doing, it's adding to your cost, you know, to whoever's doing it, right? So to the citizens or anybody out there seeing or making witness, do be a whistleblower and contact the police. So.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Booker. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Roll call vote on ordinance 1118. Councilmember Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Snegus.
Yes.
Councilmember Booker.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
By roll call vote of 6-0 in the affirmative, City Council Ordinance 1118 concerning nuisance and graffiti is adopted by council on first reading. And Council President, why don't we, since this is a first reading, we're going to need a public hearing. So why don't we schedule the public hearing, the next regularly scheduled council meeting, Tuesday, September 5th?
September 5th.
Sound good? That'll be at 7 o'clock, preceding the council meeting. Okay, item E. Ordinance concerning some surplus property for the Habitat for Humanity. I'm going to hand that off to the Council President.
Mr. Mayor, Council, citizens in the audience, I move to introduce an ordinance concerning approving a deed transferring surplus property to Habitat for Humanity, Susquehanna Incorporated for first reading.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Council President, second by Councilman Robertson. This is a motion to introduce an ordinance. Questions or comments on the introduction? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce ordinance carries 6-0 in the affirmative. Council, this shall be known as ordinance 1119. An ordinance by the Mayor City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution. The local government article of the annotated code of Maryland is sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter, section 75, to approve a deed transferring surplus property to Habitat for Humanity, Susquehanna, Inc. Council, I have a motion to adopt 1119 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Council President, seconded by Councilmember Boyer.
Sure.
It was a tie.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Motion by Council President, seconded by Councilmember Boyer. And questions or comments? Sir?
So this is just an ordinance approving the transfer of the deed to Habitat for Humanity. We'd already agreed upon surplusing this property to them, 3 lots over on is it Battery Drive. So that's going to Habitat for Humanity. We agreed to surplus it. We weren't using it, and they're taking it over.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just want to say, I really hope with this that is a step in a better direction for the people of that community, that we can hopefully get some interest and money going into updating that area. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyer. Any other questions? Councilmember Robertson.
Just to add to what my esteemed colleague said, this parcel, well, these 3 parcels, the citizens had voted for this past election cycle as surplus property, so the citizens agreed with this. This is simply just a formality transferring the deed. I could not agree with this more for so many reasons, much of which, as Casey alluded to, homeownership is very important and very important to especially that community. And also for the citizens that are maybe fiscally minded, that will become taxable property once those homes are built. So it's nothing but a plus for the citizens.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Robertson. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Snegus.
I would just like to say that the fact that these homes are going to go to people that have, been trying to improve their lives, it's great, and that pride of ownership is going to become infectious and be an encouragement to those in the community. So with that said, I think it's a great thing that our citizens voted on, and now it's transferring, and we'll see it come to fruition. Thank you, Mayor.
Very much, Councilmember Shenanigans. Any other questions or comments? Roll call vote on 1119. CP.
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson. Yes. Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shenanigans.
Yes.
Councilmember Booker.
Yes.
By roll call vote of 6-0 in the affirmative, City Council Ordinance 1119 is adopted on first reading. We will have the public hearing on 1119 at our next regularly scheduled council meeting, which will be, well, it's not a regularly scheduled council meeting, it's on a Tuesday after Labor Day, but at our next council meeting, which is September.
Abnormally scheduled.
They're all abnormal anymore. Nothing makes sense anymore. No, it's, our next council meeting will be Tuesday, September 5th, the day after Labor Day holiday, and we will have the public hearing on Ordinance 1119. Some more?
Let's go.
All right.
Page 3.
Let's have an F. All right. Item F. Ordinance concerning approving a budget amendment. And when you talk money in this room, it's always going to be Councilmember Robertson.
Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, I move to approve the ordinance concerning the budget amendment for 2024-01.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Councilmember Robertson, seconded by Councilmember Shenanigans. And this is a motion to introduce a budget amendment, 2024-01. Questions or comments on the introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce a budget transfer amendment, carries 6-0 in the affirmative. Council, this is going to be an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace by authority of the Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article in the annotated code of Maryland, and Section 37 of the Havre de Grace City Charter for the purpose of amending the city budget for the fiscal year 2024 to address designating carryover fund balances and the reallocations of funds for the city of Havre de Grace for fiscal year 2024. This will be known as Ordinance 1120. 1120, Ordinance 1120. Council, to have a motion to adopt 1120 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Robertson, second by Councilmember Boker. Questions or comments? You need to read them in the record since it's part of the ordinance. Remember, we used to read the account numbers?
I don't think we do need to do that.
Yeah, we don't need to read the, yeah, okay. All that stuff is,
Yeah,
all
when
that
it's
budget
an
amendment stuff's
ordinance,
done.
It's in the, it's in the record.
Yeah.
But I do just want to,
No, go ahead. No, I mean, I was just thinking, go ahead.
Oh,
Say
yeah,
what
yeah,
else.
yeah. For citizens watching at home, this is a process that happens every year when the carryover fund balance from one fiscal year to the next gets sorted out and the dust settles a little bit, and then George does what George does best, figures out how much the actual fund balance should have been at rollover time, and then readjusts any of the projects that maybe didn't get carried out by the end of the year, or realigns the funding into new areas as they may come up. This is mostly moving funding into the projects that were approved in the previous fiscal year that have lapsed fiscal years and need to be executed in FY24, with a few exceptions, mainly due to emergencies in Fund 9.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Robertson. Any other questions or comments? Council, roll call vote on Ordinance 1120. Councilmember Boker. Yes. Council President.
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shenanigans.
Yes.
By roll call vote of 6-0 in the affirmative, City Council Ordinance 1120 concerning a budget amendment 2024-01 is adopted on first reading, and we will have the public hearing on this ordinance at our next council meeting on Tuesday, September 5th. Okay, that does it for the ordinances, and we're going to go to item 13, old business. Old business, we have a tabled resolution. Is there any motion in the council to untable this resolution?
I move to untable the calendar resolution concerning approving a license agreement for encroachment onto the city right-of-way at 569 Lewis Street.
Okay, I have a motion to untable by Councilmember Schnagus. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Boker. This is a motion to untable. There was no discussion to table it. There'll be no discussion to untable it. All those in favor say aye.
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 All against say nay. Okay, the resolution has been untabled by a vote of 6-0 in the affirmative. Do I have a motion to introduce the resolution?
So moved.
Okay, motion to introduce the resolution by Councilmember Schnagus. Do I have a second on the second by the Council President? Questions or comments on the introduction of the calendar resolution? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce the calendar resolution carries 6-0 in the affirmative. This resolution has been assigned a number of 2023-13. 2023-13, and this was a calendar resolution concerning approving a license agreement for the encroachment onto the city right-of-way at 569 Lewis Street. A resolution by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, pursuant to Section 33 and 34 of the City Charter of the Local Government Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland for approval of a license agreement for 569 Lewis Street for permission to encroach onto the city right-of-way. Council to have a motion to adopt 2023-13.
So, second.
Motion by the Council President, seconded by Councilmember Schnagus. Questions or comments?
Comments? Yes. Thank you, Mayor. The license agreement for the previously approved front porch, as well as the borderline property in the city row, are definitely, they weren't a fault of the owners. They happened previously, and they should be considered a fair license agreement. And the second one, the third one concerning the concrete pad, also a license agreement with the conditions that any improvements to expand the pad portion will need to be removed. It just needs to stay as it is. And in the event that the house sells, the pad does not transfer to the new owners. Then the following section of the utilities property license as well, similar into the respect that if there are any improvements in respect to having to replace the unit when it needs renewed, it needs to be moved to the owner's property and off of city property. All of them are considered licenses that would be $50 each and extend until December 31st, 2026.
All right.
Is that a motion?
And
Is that a form of a motion?
that is,
I think you need to restate.
You're under the question.
That's where you're under.
we're under questions.
Right, questions. or
Comments.
All right,
Okay.
so-
So at this time, I move to bring all these license agreements forward to the council so that we can look at them and for property on 569 Lewis Street to approve their conditions of their housing. April.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
We're under the
I
question.
mean, do you need,
You already have a
is
motion.
do you need to amend the current resolution?
No, I said what I said. I stated how it
needs to lay out. So do I need to say anything further? Nope. Okay, so then it should be put to a vote at this point.
I think that it either needs to be amended or voted up and down. I think those are the three options.
Okay, so,
Should they be separate, or should she say them all together again in the form of a,
Of an amendment, a motion to amend.
so
Okay,
say,
then.
I make a motion to
confused.
amend.
we're all confused. It's
Yeah.
11:05 at night. So, and this has been tabled, and I will start over. Okay, tabled and untabled. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the council, administration, and folks in the audience, I move to amend the license agreements to state that the front porch will be a license, as well as the city row on the property line, an additional license. Third, the concrete pad with the with the conditions that any improvements to extend the pad or expand it will have to be removed. It needs to stay as it is and not transfer to any new ownership if the house is sold. And the final license will pertain to the utilities. In the event that the utilities need replaced, the utilities are to be moved off of the property, off of city property onto the homeowner's property.
Second. This is being recorded, so we can write this down.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm trying to just capture all this, so when we put the final lease agreement, so if we use the license agreement, if we look at Exhibit A, right? If we look at Exhibit A, and let's just start at like the front porch, line 14, because there's several things going on here. And I mean, you gave an explanation, but we just need to kind of list this out and amend what is here, or start over.
So, as it's listed, all I'm really amending is the final portion of utilities, said lease, but
What
it needs
line
to
are
be
you
a
on?
license.
What line are you on?
Okay.
'Cause the license agreement, Exhibit A, is where we need to be.
I'm on exhibit attachment B.
That's just an attachment.
They're all similar.
No, attachment B is just the letter from.
Okay,
from,
let's go to
Need to go to
lease agreement, page 9. Actually,
That's part of Mr. Borsier's letter. So if you go
Okay.
back to Exhibit A.
going back.
Please go to Exhibit A.
We're not tabling it again.
Yeah, go to Exhibit A, which is like the third page, fourth page in.
Okay.
That's where we need to land.
Okay,
Okay, you there?
say it again.
Exhibit A, which is page 3. So that gets us from the resolution body to the license agreement in of itself.
Right here?
Exhibit A, yep.
Okay.
At the top there, yep. Okay, so.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's go with, we have the front porch, that's,
So we can cobble this to state, and I don't, council, you can agree or not. Let me know. So the front porch
yes.
is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
The right-of-way on the Stoke Street side is acceptable.
Yes.
Steve, just to clarify, so there's there's two issues. So there's the house that's in the right of way, and then there's the utilities in the right of way, both on the Stokes side.
Yep. So we'll do the right-of-way Stokes, we'll call it the utilities in the right-of-way on Stokes, and then the house in the right-of-way on Stokes.
And there's also a concrete pad in the right-of-way.
So the concrete pad
Yes.
in the right-of-way on Stokes. So the caveat there is that does not have to be removed. However, any change of ownership, it will.
Correct.
Okay. The house in of itself, oh, I'm sorry.
That's correct but not only it doesn't transfer to a new owner, but if they were going to change the patio at all, they would have to change it and remove that portion.
Very good.
Yeah,
Okay.
Is that correct? Is that what
Yeah,
you said?
if someone bought it and it just left it as it was, they could just leave it. But if they're adding to it, changing it, so.
No, so if it changes ownership, it has to be removed off the right-of-way,
The concrete pad.
the
for
concrete
patio.
pad. So,
It'd already be in there.
okay, pardon me?
Isn't that already in there?
I'm recobbling this for a vote. So, and then we'll change the whole license agreement.
Typically, license agreements don't pass on to a new owner.
Right.
They're just individual to the current owner.
Okay, so the house that's in the right-of-way is fine. And that'll, if it sells, the new owner would come in and ask for a license agreement.
Right.
We wouldn't make them remove that part of the house. The utilities in the right-of-way on Stokes, which is the HVAC unit, would have to be moved when that unit needs to be replaced.
Correct.
Okay? And then the front porch is fine.
Correct.
The way it is. Okay. Is council okay with that verbiage? We'll cobble it into the actual license agreement.
Yeah, let's move along.
You guys, you're agreeing?
So,
Well, I think, I'm sorry, Steve, there was a lot of discussion at the
Yeah.
planning committee of licenses versus leases.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know about you, Tammy, and maybe it's just the hour, but I'm having a hard time recalling
Yeah.
what we came out of that meeting with.
What we came out of that meeting with was we needed to have clarification about lease versus license. And I met with city attorney. I also met with Steve Gamatoria, administration. I've met with Tim Borsier, planning, and we had our little planning committee. Anyway, through all that, the decision is that the lease is when someone is occupying a space. You know, they're not occupying a space, but the utility is. So it makes more sense to make it a license instead of a lease agreement.
And just for simplicity's sake, I mean, is it easier to pull this, retool it, and then bring it to council? Or, I mean, is it better to just keep it and do all these amendments?
It's
Whatever the pleasure is.
It
either
is
way.
time. These homeowners have been waiting a long time. I have gone to so many meetings to meet with individuals and and I really think that, I understand it, but like you said, it's 11:10 at night. And, and it's been since August 7th. It was going to be represented, and it's, here the 21st. So I think we need to go forward and make a vote.
Roger that. Thanks.
Councilmember Boyer?
So I have been reaching out to these homeowners. No one really from the city, aside from those of us who have stopped by to talk to them, have really reached out to them. They would have liked to have been able to come tonight, but they can't because of other meetings with their children. At this point in time, just from what I know from talking with them, they're at a loss. They just want to figure out how to get to a good place with the city. They very much want to be considered good citizens within the community. And I don't think they are necessarily in a rush as long as they know that something's moving forward and, what to expect. They very much are thinking that somebody from planning would have reached out to them at this point in time, and they have not heard anything.
And they weren't until it came off the table when we had something to go back.
Asked another thing before, right?
When we last left this and went to the table, and Councilmember Schnegus was working with the planning director and also with her committee, she met with the city attorney and I, but there wasn't anything to share with the property owners until we knew what the pleasure of the council
They've
was.
literally heard nothing. And I guess the absence of conversation is also, just as much of a,
Not costing them anything, though.
yeah, they don't know. They don't know what they don't know.
Well, and we don't know what to tell them when we don't know what to tell them.
If I may, the administration doesn't have once the council takes it up, it's council's position. And the administration can't make representations on that until the council decides. And the last, that one meeting that was held over because of the storm, I think that would have been when it would have been taken off the table, but it wasn't ready at that time. So we're hearing it tonight. But yeah, the administration doesn't have authority to act on council's behalf if it's still in limbo.
Nobody's asking that. All I was saying was that the individuals hadn't heard anything, like even a thing saying, hey, it's going to be brought up at the next meeting. It's only because I've reached out to them saying, hey, are you aware that it's going to be up in the next meeting? Have you been looking to keep an eye on it? That they are even aware of it. So that's just communication in general.
But
What I'm trying to say is I don't think there's any rush on their part, and I don't necessarily feel comfortable speaking on their behalf, but I do know that they would like to get a solution to it, but they're not in a huge rush for it if it's not ready.
It is ready, and I have also spoke to the citizens a week before, right after I met with Jason and Tim, our planning committee, and the husband said he wants to move forward. He's ready. They are, have been waiting a long time, and I assured them that we would be speaking on it and trying to come to a resolution on the 7th, but the meeting got changed. So I was in touch, but as Mr. Gamatoria said, we have to make a vote on it. And I see that we have some license agreements. I think we've come to a point where we can work out a license agreement for this family and move forward and set it as a precedent for future opportunities for people that, might misstep and see it as, oh, hey, we need to do the right thing and not build things in advance without permission from the city. So I think we need to go forward. It's untabled, and we need to bring it to a vote. It's been seconded by Jason, and I'm ready to vote yes on this license agreement. Mayor?
Any other questions or comments?
So just to be.
Councilmember Boger?
Yeah, and I apologize. So just to be clear, so we're actually going to recobble this together? Is that what we're going to do?
I can repeat what I think Councilmember Schnegus is asking.
Okay.
So the license agreement will include the front porch, which is on Lewis Street, the utility right-of-way on Stoke Street, the house encroachment that's in the right-of-way on Stoke Street, the utility agreement would be that once the utility HVAC system broke, it would have to be moved off the right-of-way. That'd be cobbled in there as well. And then the concrete pad that's encroaching on the Stoke Street right-of-way can remain. However, when the property changes hands, it would have to be removed. It wouldn't be approved for the next homeowner.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I think Councilmember Schnegus said it appropriately when she talked about citizens, and sometimes they misstep, right? So in this case, it could have been a contractor who actually did it, and so the fight would be from the citizen and the contractor, not the citizen and the city, in that regard. So I appreciate that explanation there, Chief. Thank you for that one. I appreciate it. I hope that's not a cigar.
Mayor, can I make one point of clarification? And I believe from the original application to the time it actually came before council, the fence request was removed. So the fence in its current location is part of the condition for this approval. I just want that for clarification. Is that correct, council member?
Well, the fence was moved because they started building before the permit was approved, and so that's why it was moved.
So, but the fence is not encroaching, and so the fence location's fine, it's just the concrete pad that's the issue. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
And all of that goes on to, that statement that you just made will be put on to appendix,
Exhibit.
Exhibit A. So her motion is to edit Exhibit A to state what you said,
As stated. Exhibit
as
A.
stated. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Shenegis, everything that Mr. Gamatori said, is that correct in your
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct with your second, Councilmember Robertson?
Absolutely.
Okay. Council, any other further questions or comments before the vote on that? Okay.
Just a comment, well, just a comment that I have spoken to Councilmember Boyer and also Shenegis, and agree, we had long conversation about the situation, and I agree with what she's submitting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The amendment proposed on Resolution 2023-13 carries. 6-0 in the affirmative. Then we're going to back to under the question of adopting the counter resolution 2023-13. Any other further questions or comments? Okay, council, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Roll call vote on counter resolution concerning approving a license agreement for encroachment on the city right-of-way at 569 Lewis Street as amended. Councilmember Shenegis.
Yes.
Councilmember Boger.
Yes.
Council President.
No.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
By roll call vote of 5-1 in the affirmative, City Council Resolution 2023-13 is adopted. Thank you very much, Council. We're going to go to item 14, new business, and it's a special event, and we do have one special event, and I'll hand it off to Mr. Gamatoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, we just have one special event this evening. It's the 5th Annual Lock House Craft Beer and Wine Festival. It's sponsored by the Lock House Museum.
So moved.
On-site person will be
beer and wine,
Joanne
what?
Healy and Beth Merchant. The event setup will be on the 19th during the day, and the event will start on the 20th at 9 a.m. I'm sorry, at 11 a.m. It'll end the same day at 5 p.m. The breakdown will be completed by 7 p.m. It's on the Lock House Museum grounds. There's an admission fee of $10 to $45. Anticipated 800 people will be attending. There will be food and alcohol served. A copy of the site map is included, as is the call sheet. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Gamatoria. Council, I have a motion to approve the 5th Annual Lock House Craft Beer and Wine Festival.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by the Council President, seconded by Councilmember Shenegis. Questions or comments?
I have a lot of comments, and I'm going to talk for a very long time. No, I'm
Floor is
just kidding.
yours, sir. Good. All right, thank you very much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. 5th Annual Lock House Craft Beer and Wine Festival, April 20, 2024, 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock at the Lock House Museum. That's approved, 6-0 in the affirmative. We're going to go to Director's reports, and we're going to start off with Director of Administration. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I have just a couple quick comments. First, I'd just like to acknowledge the Parks, Events, and Recreation Group for their presentation this evening, and also if council would like any additional information from them. I think several requested maybe the P&Ls. We'll get that over to you and you get it into your mail slot or into your email. Secondly, I'd like to just thank the Tammy Brinkman and Adam and April for the amount of legislation that's been coming the last couple meetings, especially with this meeting, and also for council's diligence and following and commenting and reaching out on any of the pieces of legislation as they come through. And then lastly, I would like to just defer the rest of my time to my colleague, Mr. Tim Whitty, when it comes to his turn. That's all, Council President.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Next, under Director's Report, I'd like to welcome Mr. Tim Boursier from Director of Planning.
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple quick things. Because of the meeting cancellation last time, I didn't give a July permit update. So we had 45 permits for the month of July. 20 of those are new construction, mostly in Greenway Farms. If everybody hasn't been up there recently, if you drive back to where Phase 2 is, there's a ton of homes that are already sold. There's a bunch that are ready to be sold, and more that are being built. They've also finished up the paperwork for Phase 3 and should be coming in with that sometime soon. So we're seeing a lot of movement out there, and things are still moving in other places like Bully Rock, and we have Scion Hill Estates that's moving dirt around, and then north of them, the Legacies project, we're still working with them coming in. So there's a lot of stuff in the pipeline, and things are still moving despite 7% interest rates. Last thing, hospital update. We'll start advertising after Labor Day, but we have September 28th at the Star Center for our next public input meeting. That'll be a different format. Where last time it was more of a listening session, this time we'll be providing more concrete renderings, photos of different types of development, different styles to try to get review from the public on more specifics. So we started pretty broad with the listening session, and we're sort of boiling all that down as we go through the stakeholder groups. We had a stakeholder meeting the other day with last week with EDAB. We have one on September 11th with the Planning Commission, and just continue to get down on a more granular level to get some more feedback from the public on September 28th. So we'll be advertising heavy for that after Labor Day. Hopefully we have an even better turnout than we had at the Opera House, and we'll just keep moving forward with that project. That's it for me, unless anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Tim? Councilmember Boyer?
Just offline, if you could provide information for the new developments, if there has been any reaching out to Department of Highways in regards to entrance onto Route 40 for both of those sections, or if it's part of their package that they have to put in.
For which developments?
For a light. I know everybody is the concern specifically on Greenway Farms.
Oh, okay.
Had a light on Route 40. If that the third section, if that will trip anything.
I believe all those approvals have been done. The traffic studies would have already been reviewed and approved.
Okay.
So I'll go back through and look at the approvals to see if that was one of the requirements, but I think, all those approvals are done. Okay.
What did Tim say?
The signal wasn't part of the traffic
signal
improvements.
wasn't part of the approval for the overall plan, was the signalization of that Route 40 intersection.
Was it that they never asked for it, or it wasn't?
It
We
was
asked for
rejected
it.
by the state. The
Rejected,
state's
okay.
actually rejected by the state.
Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Council President.
We have asked for it repeatedly, and keep getting rejected by the state. I mean, it's for a long time now we've been asking for it, and unfortunately up here in Havre, it seems like the state doesn't pay attention to us on Route 40. The issues we have, that we keep on asking to get fixed, and they're not doing anything to help us. So maybe we just need to try harder, or I guess when we go down Hartford and Annapolis. Yes, sir.
So to that point, we did set up a meeting. It's coming up in September with the State Highways Administration for Otsego, Ohio, and we'll try to entertain that as well.
Good.
The next bite at that apple, I think, would be with the development of the Lansom property, because it'll be exiting out into that intersection.
Correct.
So that'll be another opportunity to see if they'll signalize it or not.
It's just something it's just something that's constantly brought up in multiple ways, and when you said that, it made me think that maybe there's another bite at the apple. Thank you.
Yeah, there's also the, I know coming up, the county is going to be going through their process again, where we add projects to the overall list for the county. And we also have a Safe Streets for All grant that has an action plan that we received grant money for that'll be going on. So I know I'd mentioned you in an email before, and you provided me some different intersections. I can try to add that on as a area for study for those consultants. Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Ms. Johnson, Director of Economic Development and Tourism.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens at home. Ironically, tonight, most of my comments were going to be about the pier at Green Street, so I think that we address those. And just again, to Council and Mayor, any additional information that you may need, we have that in our possession, copies of the grant application and all of the letters of support and everything, so you have that at will when requested. Other than that, we are currently through our procurement process, soliciting estimates for the footbridge that is going at Swan Harbor Trail. So we are excited. We think that we could probably break ground on this project in September. And there is an opportunity for community to help us out. So organizations, Green Team, Cat Team, Eagle Scouts project, because we need all the help that we can get on it. So we are excited about this, and Patrick Seipold is leading this as well. So we are in the procurement process. And other than that, I did want to mention Laurie and I and our marine manager, Steve Young, will be meeting with the Chesapeake Bay Passenger Ferry Group this Friday in Havre Grace. And this is the consultants that are looking to have a ferry from Annapolis, and it will go from Annapolis and Northeast and St. Michael's and hopefully Havre Grace. We seem to be the only place that's off the beaten path. So we're meeting with them Friday here, and Steve Young is going to take us to 3 possible locations, which is Concord Point Park Pier, Hutchins Park, and no, he's taking us to 2 locations. So there'll be additional information about that in the future, but we're just hoping that we make the cut for this because this is a great project. It's not costing us any money at the time. This is through the state of Maryland, and we want to be on their list of locations to stop at. So if there are no other questions, that's all I have this evening. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Dory, Director of Finance.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'll try to be as brief as possible as well. The general fund looks like it's going to start the year with a little over $3.1 million. To that, we've added primarily the property tax billing, which came in at just under $10.7 million. We have spent a little over $2.5 million so far this fiscal year, and bringing the fund balance to a little over $11,300,000, which is about $975,000 higher than we thought we would be at this point. The water and sewer fund began the year with a little over $1 million, added $2 million in revenue, spent about $1 million, so we're just under $2.1 million in a current fund balance. And while we're below budget, we're only below budget by $6,400, so it's pretty much a break even. And Fund 8 started the year with just under $600,000. We've had just under $60,000 in revenues, $175,000 in expenses. So we're now sitting at just under $470,000, which is about $35,000 higher than where we thought we would be at this point. That's as short as I could make this report for your benefit. And I have one other shameless self-promotion. I'd like to wish my bride, Sherry, a happy 41st wedding anniversary. And while her grace and beauty is unquestioned, her judgment in picking life partners can be called into question. And that's my report for this evening.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
It's on the record, George.
It's today's a...
Yes. Thank you for speeding the meeting along so I made it.
Yes, sir.
Tim Whitty. How you doing? Good to see
Good,
you.
well, good, Mayor.
How's Public Works going?
Very well. It's a few things we're working on a lot. We have a lot of things in the hopper, but I'll keep it brief, just hit the high points. We are going with GHD as they're revising an update. Actually, they're updating the model, the water model, to look at the development, taking into development. That's the additional developments in the green property as well as the hospital property, and we're going to begin developing a plan of a policy for the developer contribution towards some of these infrastructure improvements associated with the 155 water line and other improvements to the towers and tanks and booster pumps. The water line construction, we are advertising to get a price for the water line construction from Graceview Tank to the water treatment plant. That's the line that goes from Van Buren, Graceview to Van Buren, down 155, Juniata, Warren, all the way down to the water treatment plant. We're just going to go ahead and we put that project out to bid, just get a number and get an idea of what the construction costs are going to be associated with that. I think we have budgeted $3.5 million. We're going to go ahead and see what that is. The water line improvements for Commerce, Congress, and Revolution water line projects. We sent the bids out and they were awarded. Gatner was the low bidder on that. I don't know if that project's actually been awarded to him yet, but they were the low bidder on those 3 projects. And then finally, we are working, we will be in the next couple weeks, reaching out to the property owners along Lily Run to get their permission, probably have a couple public meetings, get them to sign on with the project. The engineering for that project has been completed, but in order to move forward with the submittal and the permits, the state is going to require that we submit signatures from the property owners that they're agreeing to have the project, construction on their properties. So we're going to be doing that in the next couple weeks, setting up those meetings and meeting with the property owners to get their permission for that project. With that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitty. Appreciate it. Any questions for Tim? Chief, how's your day going?
I've had better. I've had worse, but due to the hour of the evening, I don't have a director's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. With that, conclude the director's reports. We're going to go to item 16, business from the mayor. And this evening, I have no comments. We'll go to comments from the council. We'll start with Councilmember Boyer.
I just want to let everybody know that the poker run was fabulous on Saturday. The weather was gorgeous. We had 86 paddlers registered. It was a fundraiser for Harvard Land Trust. We had 25 volunteers on a variety of points throughout the city along the river. The folks down from the Concord Lighthouse had the best decorated spot for us, and they were highly enthusiastic. Over $11,000 was raised, and part of the funds will be going to the American Legion. And I just want to wish everybody a happy beginning to the school year coming up. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyer. Councilmember Shenegas, good evening.
Well, good evening, all. Yes, school has commenced. Fellow teachers are back in the classroom, and the students are, kicking around in the sand for a little longer, and they'll be in the classroom this weekend here in Harford County, this end of the week, and Cecil County, our neighbors across the way, will start on the 5th. So I just want to welcome everybody to the new school year. It's a great opportunity to make new friends and keep the old. Georgie, old boy, happy anniversary. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shenegas. Good evening, Councilmember Robertson.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow council members, city staff. Last week, I said no comment. This week, I'm going to have a few comments. I'm sorry. First of all, Casey and the Hartford Land Trust, thank you very much for your donation, which was already received by the American Legion, so thank you. It's going to go a long way in getting that pavilion done. Just want to remind folks, if anybody for some reason is watching this or fast forwards all the council business to get to the council comments tomorrow on YouTube, the Havre de Grace Youth Commission's Refuel for School is happening this Saturday at Concord Point Park from 3 to 6 p.m. Get there by 3 because the school supplies will go pretty quickly this year. So far, we have 400 bags that we'll be stuffing this Thursday at the American Legion at 6 p.m. That's the 24th. If anybody's available to help us, that'd be great. But the 26th, that's Saturday, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., inflatables, food trucks, there's a DJ dance party, there's a few different like youth groups doing activities and stuff, and singing and dancing and cheerleading and all that good stuff. Huge thank you to our community partners and our headline sponsors, Vulcan, Staples, APGFCU, Hartford Digital, Hartford Bank, and Nordic Care, as well as the American Legion Auxiliary and the American Legion. So thank you for that. My fellow council members, if you're able to make it out there, that'd be great. Mr. Mayor, if you're able to make it out there, that'd be cool too. You know, I get it. But that's that. I will say one more thing. My paternal grandfather was born in 1938 in just outside of Beckley, West Virginia, in a little coal mining town called Glen Morgan. He was born and raised there. His father and mother and 5 siblings. His mother died in childbirth after his sister was born, so he ended up raising up the kids while his father worked in the mines. He later married his high school sweetheart and went on to serve in the Navy during the Vietnam War, and then in the Army National Guard, and then came back and retired from General Motors down in Baltimore, and, you know, just lived a good, simple life. He was a good man. I didn't really know him that well growing up until my adult years. I got to spend some time with him, and he broke out like all of his pictures from the coal mines, you know, big panoramic shots, and I actually got to go down and visit the house where he was raised. And it was really interesting when, like, a few years ago when the racial issues started coming up, my grandfather was just like, you know, pointed out that picture of all these men, and he said, you know, one thing that I'll never forget is in the coal mining camp, you didn't really think too much about race because nobody knew who their daddy was when they came out of the mines. And he was right, because they were all just painted black from the coal. My father's father is who he is, and he passed away today. And if you see my father, if you know my father, if you see him around, just, you know, give him your condolences. I'd appreciate that. And Mr. Mayor, that's it.
Very sorry to hear about your grandfather. Thank you, Councilmember Robertson. Good evening, Councilmember Boker.
Good evening, Mayor, citizens, fellow staff, and council members. First of all, condolences, brother. And so that's where your military background comes from, I guess, right? So the military kind of runs deep in Robertson blood there, I guess. But condolences to you. On the 12th of August, they had the Arts, Wine, Jazz, and Soul Festival, and I think that's put on by, I think the host there was the B Scenes, and I tell you, it was fantastic. The proceeds kind of benefited the Havre de Grace Colored School Museum and Cultural Center of Havre de Grace, and I know that Saxo Rose rocked the house, and I know they raised a lot of money for that. That's pretty awesome. It was a great venue. DPW, they always rock it. And I know you're a man short. You know, I hope he's doing all right and recovering well. But DPW rocked it. The police force were out there, of course, in full force. I don't think there was a single incident out there. It was very peaceful. But and that brings me to my closing comments. I will always thank the police, the Susquehanna Hose Company, all the EMTs and the first responders for keeping us safe at night. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Boger. Thank you for your comments, and good evening, Councilmember Jones.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and residents at home. So just a couple of things. One, I attended the Colored Schools Wine and Jazz Festival a couple weeks ago, and it was a lot of fun. I don't know who else here was able to go, but it was a wonderful time to be seen, and such a great turnout for Havre de Grace, and a lot of folks who aren't from Havre de Grace. So if you didn't get to go to that and haven't been going to that, I think it'd be a great idea if you try next year. It's a great time. And Saxel Rose was amazing, and shared how he got a deal. So he'll be big time soon. So that's awesome. The other thing that I attended, and I did it on behalf of my council members. I think I was the only representative there. Was the opening of the Aberdeen Skate Park. And that was just a phenomenal facility. They had a great turnout, and there were other officials from the county and from Aberdeen, and so I think it's a great facility, and I think that folks from Havre de Grace will probably use it as well. There is a coming up, Girl Scout Troop 2881 is having a leadership training and parliamentary procedure event at Abingdon Library this Saturday, 1 to 3, and I just wanted to share that because I think it's really important for folks who are interested in getting in leadership to have this opportunity. And I don't hear about these type of events, especially given by Girl Scouts, very often. And then I was also pleased, I've attended a few meetings, but one that I attended this past week, or last week, was the Downtown Merchants meeting. And I just really enjoyed getting to know and speak to a lot of our merchants in the area. So I just wanted to mention that and thank them for everything that they do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jones. And lastly, we'll go to Council President Ringsager.
Mr. Mayor, council, citizens, I really feel like I should stretch this out for 16 minutes just so we can break midnight. I'm sorry, I'm tired. So first off, I want to thank Councilwoman Boyer for, she took my daughter out kayaking, and my daughter, she's got some medical issues, but she was a trooper, went out there and did the poker run, and she came home. I asked her, I said, "You have fun?" She said she did. I said, how was your poker hand?" She said, "I had the worst poker hand ever. It was nothing but 3s and 5s. And I was like, "Sweetheart, Full House is more than just a TV show." And I asked her, I said, "So did you turn it in?" And she's like, "I didn't put my name on it." So if there's somebody out there with won the 3s and 5s, it was her. Football and sports are back. You know I'm big on that. On September 2nd will be the homecoming for the Parks and Rec right over here, and they'll have a celebrity guest announcer again, me, just like every year. And I just want to remind everybody to just slow down, because if you go out there right now, you're going to see that somebody ran over the crosswalk sign and just crushed it. And it's right in front of the police station, and we got the school and the field over on the other side, and just kids running around, and you run over this side, the crosswalk sign, whatever. But so quick heads up, 9-1 will be the first actual game against C. Milton at C. Milton. There's only 3 home games this year. It'll be Patterson Mill 9-8, Edgewood 10-6, and Northeast 10-27. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say hail to the Redskins.
Yeah, man, Redskins beat the Ravens, ended their preseason streak.
Beat them tonight. In history, yep.
I know. It was like last-minute field goal or something like that. Beat them like 20.
12 seconds left. Yeah, 12 seconds left. Yeah.
Well, so much for the win streak. It's not like it gives us a Super Bowl or anything like that. Okay, that leads us to the next item on the agenda, known as adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Schnegas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against adjournment say nay. Motion to adjourn carries 6-0 in affirmative. The time is 11:47 p.m. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good Labor Day weekend. Welcome back to school, kids, and we'll see you September 5th, Tuesday at 7 o'clock.